if this is it, if this is the last one, if this is the final race, it'll be a special one. Tagged the final NORC race, the 2022 NORCTONA 500 is here. No more waiting, no more build-up, just 500 miles of racing with a next-gen twist. Hello and welcome to Pit Stop TV. I'm Andrew Cardinale IV with Emerson Arden and Caleb Gladney alongside. And guys, this is one of those race days that just feels a bit special. This is it. Back up. This is it. The 2022 NORCTONA 500.
Absolutely, Andrew. It is so great to be here at the amazing World Center of Racing and through all the updates iRacing has put into the track. And then not only that, but with that beautiful, beautiful intro you put together with the next-gen car, I am so hyped to see how these bad boys really get the draft in here, because iRacing just recently updated this draft model, and I hear a lot of great things about it. I cannot wait.
Yeah, the good news has been rolling in about the updates to the next-gen car within just the last week or so. It's promising. It's very promising. In fact, it was a week ago tomorrow, I believe, that update hit, and immediately drivers were saying these cars, they draft like they should, Caleb, which gives us a lot of promise. Obviously, we were planning for the Gen 6 car all the way up until literally last week. We got word then it's the next-gen cars, the next generation of the NASCAR Cup Series, and really, let's stop calling it the next gen. It is Gen 7, it is here, we're racing in the NASCAR Cup Series in less than a week, and we get a preview of what that might be like, of what this new season of NASCAR, of what this new era of the NASCAR Cup Series may be like tonight.
Yeah, no doubt, and it just adds another twist to this finale here for the NORCTONA 500 with these, as you said, Gen 7 cars, no longer next gen, because like you said, we are here, but Gen 7 cars, and still a lot of learning to be done, and these drivers are going to take that into consideration tonight as they race all 500 miles, but exciting stuff, as you said, planned all week. Or for months for the Gen 6 car, and here we are with the Gen 7. So an exciting show looking to take place here for the NORCTONA 500.
Definitely looking forward to seeing how things get rolling today at the virtual Daytona International Speedway. Here's a look at it with race cars in sim. We're here. This is the race session for the 2022 NORCTONA 500. There is no qualifying today. Lineup set by stats, at least in the front, average finish and points from the rest of NORCTONA Speedweeks here in 2022. So Aaron Smith earns himself the pole award. I believe I'd have to verify that one more time, but that sounds right to me. He's done fantastic so far this NORCTONA Speedweeks, Emerson, and carries into today. I know he always kind of shoots himself down, kind of talks down on himself, but he's been so good, just kept the car clean. Actually, let me correct myself. He has not won a race yet. So winners, the winners of the previous 4 races, they start in the top 4 spots. Kind of if you got, onto the front row at Daytona 500 qualifying. Then Aaron Smith is the first of the non-winners to start this race. He starts from 5th. Your top 4 starting spots today: Will Klein, Terrell Baker, Cody Miller, Tommy Gossett, if they each show. I have not seen a number 3 in the field just yet. I have not seen Tommy Gossett in the session, so it's unknown exactly if he will start up in the top 4 and exactly how we come to the green, but we at least know that that is how things should start.
Absolutely, and as you were saying, the 4 winners of the previous Speedweeks events, putting the best right up at the front. We know how TCB is. He's going to want to be up there anyway, so that should be a great fit for him. We'll see how what Will Klein and Cody Miller decide to do with those great starting positions. I'd imagine they'd want to stay up there, especially now with how crazy this package can get. And then you were talking about Aaron Smith. He did win the pole last week for the National 300, and I mentioned it then. He kind of he's kind of looked at as like a road racer, really, because that's what he really excels at. But he can get it done in anything.
So here we are, the 2022 NORCTONA 500. The field is already set. We can go through that later once we have an official grid, once we have these guys on pit road ready to go racing. But Caleb, we're going to go a little bit out of order here. We're going to go you first, then Emerson. Let's go ahead and make our picks now. Practice is underway. We don't have qualifying to go off of. Make your picks now. Who do you have today?
Ooh, well, to be entirely honest with you, I'm not 100% of the lineup in the field, but I know a driver that has been with us this whole time, and yet he hasn't gotten a win. And he's been fast. He's kept his nose clean, like you said. I'm going to have to go with Aaron Smith. I think it's his time. He's been one of those consistent drivers for these previous 4 races, and I think if you're looking for a deserving guy, it would be Aaron Smith.
I understand. I'll pass over to you in just one moment. I do want to urge everybody to join the conversation. Let us know who you are pulling for today. Let us know who your pick is today in the 2022 NORCTONA 500. As you can see, Zach Linger just hanging out with us here on the inside of the racetrack. Let us know your pick. Use hashtag NORCTONA 500. Tweet to us, Instagram us, Facebook us. Doesn't matter. Post to us at PitStopTV on Facebook, at PitStopTV_ on Twitter, at Pit_Stop_TV on Instagram. And of course, well, you're watching us if you're hearing this voice and hearing this message, so stick along with us for the rest of this coverage. Emerson, go ahead and pick your driver.
Well, I'm thinking here it's a NORCTONA 500 of what's being deemed as the last one here in NORC competition. I think P1's gonna have to go to car number 1 with driver Jared Darling. I think he's overdue. I think it's time Jared gets it done tonight. He's usually a driver we see really come to light in the second half of these races after some of the field has cleared themselves out of the way. And I just think Jared is ready. I think he's just going to end up lucky tonight.
A really good sentimental pick. I know that is a sentimental pick for you. I'm going to have to go with the driver that I think that deserves a win the most. Before we potentially close this chapter of NORC, potentially for good, close this book of NORC, if you will, I want to see Sean Williams win a race. I met the guy in 2018 at Daytona. I want to see the guy win a race here on Pit Stop TV. I want to be able to call Sean Williams to the checkers as a race winner. The guy's just meant a lot, I think, to the NORC community and really the iRacing community as a whole, the sim racing community as a whole, and myself included for years at this point. I want to see Sean Williams get a win, so I'm joining you there in that sentimental category. And obviously at Daytona, with these new cars, I think anything can happen, just like anything can already happen at Daytona. So I think any pick you make in this field of 30-some-odd drivers, which is growing as time goes on, I think any pick you make is going to be a pretty fair one. Track map, Emerson, it's very normal. Well, that's not it. That's from Centerton earlier today. This is the right track map. I knew I would do that at least once. But it's Daytona. There's not a whole lot else to say about it. It is Daytona. It is the world center of racing. 18 degrees in the tri-oval, 31 degrees in the corners. There are 4 of them. You can count the tri-oval as a corner if you want. You'll just be wrong.
Well, even if you don't count it as a corner, the tri-oval is probably one of the most treacherous spots on the racetrack. That's probably where most of the action happens, just because it is banked at 18 degrees, but it's also looked at as a straightaway, essentially, as a continuation of the straightaway, and that just leads to a lot of trouble. You'll see the cars really just move around a lot more than I think these drivers are used to. Now, granted, these next-gen cars, I've heard that they're really planted after the update, but still, that tri-oval is usually where the crashes start to happen. You'll see them kind of either happen right at pit entry or right past start finish and kind of work their way into turn 1. That's where most of the wrecks tend to happen at these racetracks, or into turn 3. But really, that tri-oval, treacherous.
Now, Caleb, something we always like to talk about when it comes to the NORC iRacing series: stat lines, stats. I love compiling them. I love talking about them. Previous NORCTONA 500 winners since NORC has come to the iRacing.com platform: Marcus Richardson, Bobby Zelensky, now an eNASCAR driver for Joe Gibbs Gaming, Hunter Combs, Josh Robbins still races in the number 8 car, Terrell Baker won in the truck 250 not so long ago in NORCTONA Speedweeks this year. Femi Olot, I believe his team is yet to be announced, so he'd better get on that because, well, he's racing tonight in the eNASCAR iRacing Series, or eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series Clash at the LA Coliseum. And then a blank. 2022 yet to be decided. I know we've already made our picks. You picked you picked Aaron Smith, but that's a big list of drivers to join. I think that means a lot for anybody in this series. It means a lot for anybody here. And it means a lot, certainly, if we're able to see somebody finally double up. That puts yourself in the same category as those previous winners, but one step ahead.
Yeah, no doubt about that. When you can double up, like you said, obviously, you're already in that category, but it could shoot you to a whole nother level. And I think it's just a testament to Daytona International Speedway, really. This is one of those tracks where you just can't be all car and all driver at one and get out and dominate a race. You have to have help. You You have to have luck. You have to have everything go your way, survive to the end, and be in the right place at the right time. And we found now, after coming on to our now 5th week of this, it's hard to do. And so you could see a face you didn't think was going to win tonight just because they're at the right place at the right time, and then it forever puts them in an elite group of drivers that have won here in the NORCTONA 500 or in NORC at Daytona.
We'll see who can join that elite category this evening. I think if we're going to start off with interviews and get a couple in before the start of this race, Emerson, we have to hit on one story. And we asked earlier in the week, if he is truly the king of NORCTONA. We have to bring him down. We have to talk to him before this race. It's TCB headed your way.
Well, we have to bring in again the driver that has absolutely dominated Speedweeks. He's led so many laps at Speedweeks that 25 has just always been up there, right at the front, mixing it up. TCB, these next-gen cars, 500 miles. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised. I was not expecting to be interviewed here. But yeah, man, this track package is a lot of fun. I'm excited for it. As I just turned Daniel there. I'm excited for this. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. This whole Speed Weeks, you know, it's the first time that we've done all this NASCAR series for NORCTONA, and it's been a lot of fun. Trucks was obviously a lot of fun for me. So it was last week. So with this new draft package, you know, I'm learning, and I think this is going to be a lot of fun, man.
Now you got this done back in 2020. How about the opportunity to maybe put yourself on that list a second time? What would that mean to you to kind of be, you know, that there's only a specific set of drivers on that list, a couple of drivers that are currently competing in the NASCAR series, a prestigious list. What would it mean to you if you could just get yourself up there another level and put yourself on there a second time?
It would mean a lot to me, especially this being maybe the final NORC race ever. It would mean a lot, definitely, you know, because I think that's going to hold a lot of bragging rights in the future here. A lot of people, whoever wins this race, even if it's me, I'm definitely going to be bragging, hey, I won the last NORC race ever. And to even be a 2-time NORC champion would be pretty big. So, yeah, man, this is a big event in the iRacing world. A lot of fans are waiting to see this, and I'm ready to race in it. So, honestly, I really want to be a 2-time champion. I feel it, and I feel like it's going to happen tonight, man.
Well, we continue the notion of, you know, this could be the last NORC race, and if that truly is the case, then with one more race to go, is there any one memory that comes to mind when you think back on all your time here at NORC?
Oh man, one. I have so many. I think this could be biased here. I'm gonna go back to my very first NORC win back in, I think it was like 2016. And it was me and Josh Robbins side by side at the line here, and I mean it was crazy. A huge wreck. I flipped over at the end there, and it was definitely one of the biggest moments of my NORC career, and it's kind of what got me started off here in NORC. And since then, I've only won a Daytona, so I guess Daytona and just in all just has a big impact for me. Because, you know, it's the only track I won at. So, yeah, man, I'm going to miss NORC, definitely. And I know the fans are going to miss NORC. I've been getting all kinds of messages and stuff all throughout the week how they're going to miss NORC. So, you know, this isn't even a league, man. It's a lifestyle.
I love it. I think that's a perfect answer. Well, Terrell, for potentially the final time in NORC competition, you'll be starting second here tonight in the NORCTONA 500. Best luck to you, driver. Hopefully we're talking to you on the fire side. And yeah, have a good one out there.
Yeehaw! Thank you.
That is TCV getting ready to start the field. Well, start the race, I believe, from third. I'd have to revisit the list. I believe he should start third. That puts him behind Will Klein, of all people, for the start of this race. That is going to be interesting. We'll move on down the line, get another driver before we go green here, and we'll have a couple of opportunities even afterwards to do so. I know one driver that is very proud of his plate racing here on the iRacing.com platform is one Josh Robin. And Caleb, he's headed your way.
Josh, you come in tonight, not have won a race so far in these first 4 NORC races, but what would it mean to go out on top here for the NORCTONA 500?
May have actually stepped away from his sim for a moment because he is stationary in the pit lane. But Josh Robin, you get a copy? I think that tells you that he has definitely stepped away for just a moment, which means we can go on down the line. And just looking at practice results, let's get somebody we've not talked to yet. This is actually an interesting driver to go ahead and bring in. I'll go ahead and grab him. Tom Mercier, and he's got an interesting name on TeamSpeak that we'll leave in TeamSpeak, of course. But Tom Mercier, you got a copy? Tom Mercier, do you have a copy? I suppose not. This thing's on. I can confirm this car is this mic is on. This mic works, but I suppose we're not going to get a talk with either one of those drivers. Now we'll go ahead and wait on the grid, and we'll just go ahead and leave it there. As we do have a grid populating. Are we going to have a grid graphic that works? Unfortunately, it seems that we may not. Emerson, Caleb, are you ready to do it the old-fashioned way? Because we're about to do it the old-fashioned way. And this is not what I expected this evening. Well, let's go ahead and give it a shot anyways. Let's go ahead and go up to the front of the field here. I guess manually set grids don't populate in... yeah, anyways, we'll go ahead and go through it. Starting on pole, it is going to be Will Klein in the number 48. You were right, Emerson. Starting second, that is the number 25 of Terrell Baker. I guess those wins got ordered differently. Starting third position, that is going to be... I guess it's not going to work with us. We'll go ahead and make it work anyway. Starting third position, it's going to be Cody Miller in the number 28. Aaron Smith will start in the fourth position, starting fifth, you will have the number 74 of John Barry in his AGS Incorporated Chevrolet Camaro. Starting sixth, that's where you find Sean Williams. Starting seventh, you'll find the number 69 of Sheldon Lockie. And starting eighth, just to his right side, I believe will be Tom Mercier. Starting ninth, you'll find Howie Briss. And starting 10th should be our number 8 of Josh Robin.
Well, found our way back to row number 6, and in P11 it should be the 12 of Spencer Owens, who was outside in 12th. It'll be, I believe, that is the 53 of Michael Keefley. We'll find our way back to row number 7. It'll be the 20 of Daniel Falkingham, and to his outside it'll be the 24 Bobby Cheney. Row number 8, it'll be the 44 of Anthony Emery, the 93 of Matt Hummel. Row number 9, it'll be the 42 of Elijah Gracia, the 9 of Patrick Colby. And back to row number 10, it'll be the 92 of Tony Hillbrands, and to his outside it should be, I believe that is the 5 of David Shutt.
I'll save you the trouble here, Caleb, because this is an interesting one. Starting 21st should be Dylan Patterson. 22nd should be Cody Lamas. 23rd should roll off as Hayes Booth in the number 2 car. Starting in the 24th position then would be Freddie De La Rosa. 25th, Zach Lindgren. Starting 26th should be the number 96 of Zoltan Herczeg. 27th, Jared Wishon. 28th, that actually is Justin Gable, it seems, and well to the rear of the field is going to be James Simmons, and that wraps us back around to the pace car. So it'll be an interesting couple of pace laps here. We will go for an extra couple of pace laps, which gives us an opportunity to dial up our pole sitter, Will Klein. And this time, Caleb, I can guarantee you, or at least somewhat guarantee you, we should be able to get a word with him.
Will Klein sitting on the pole for the NORCTONA 500. You're pacing this field right now. What's going through your head as we enter the final race here in the NORCTONA 500?
I have no idea why I'm on pole for this. Because I'm not going to try for about 190 laps, so I have no idea how I'm going to... I got to get to the back without getting myself killed. Maybe I should get myself killed. I don't know. Mental debates.
I was just about to ask you what your strategy was for today's race, but I think it's pretty clear you're going to try and save it for the last 10 laps. But, let's say you make it to these last 10 laps. Is it put up or shut up, all or nothing to the end, since it is the final NORCTONA 500?
Yeah, we'll be going for victory lane. Hopefully some things go my way. They tend to in this league, so... we'll just hope for, another good moment to happen.
Well, we're not sure how much time you've spent in this next gen car, but from what you've did in practice, what are your takeaways for this car?
You definitely have to get a few people in a line, generate some momentum, like how it is in real life. But it's an improvement over what it used to be on here.
No doubt about that. Well, Will Klein, we'll let you get back to it and focus in, pacing this field, leading them to the green flag. Congrats, my man.
All right, thank you.
That's Will Klein rolling off of the pole this evening in the NORCTONA 500. Let's go ahead and go back to a driver starting a little deeper in the field, but not much deeper. Starting 5th place will be that of John Barry, and I know it might ruin the radioactive recording for just a moment, but I do got to ask John Barry, coming to potentially the final NORC race, at least as it's billed, what are you feeling? 1 pace lap to go before we unleash you guys for 200 laps.
My first thing is just to survive this thing. Practice with this from us off with this draft package. This is probably one of the craziest races we've ever had. There's a tandem drafting, there's a lot of side drafting, all that stuff. It's really interesting, and I think there's going to be a lot of wrecks this race. So my main goal is just drop to the back, wait till like 30 to go, then I'll kind of worry about the rest of the race. But it's just.
So how do you navigate the crashes that you mentioned you think are going to happen? I got a taste of it again last week. How do you navigate this, especially in these cars?
Be as far away as possible. These don't break that well. So yeah, just get out of the pack and just hope when the wreck happens that there's no one behind you that covers you. Actually, that's one thing that was interesting is when you're in the back, you actually kind of do a bad job missing the wreck because you're so worried about getting run over from behind because no one's not really paying attention back there because everyone's just riding, that you're actually liable to get run over back there. So it's just, I don't know, it's got a lot of luck involved in missing these wrecks.
Well, John, thanks for your time as we get ready to go green flag racing. Best of luck to you starting 5th. Don't disappoint.
I'll try not to. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
That is John Barry rolling off from the 5th position in this race. And as we get ready to send these guys off for potentially the final time, we, of course, have to send things over to the one, the only TCB. Let's go ahead and grab him from way up yonder, if we can find him again. Oh, boy. There he is. We will go ahead and grab him. And Terrell, go ahead and take it away.
All right, boys, here it is. The final NORC race at Daytona. Can I get a good old Daytona? Yeah! Oh, happy NORC!
One lap just about complete. Cody Miller, your race leader, he won the ARCA 200. He leads now in the NORCTONA 500.
And what a start it was. We saw 3 wide already down the back straightaway. These drivers wasted no time. Even though they're still getting up to speed, they were still trying to figure out they should be in 5th gear at halfway down the back straightaway. They were already 3 wide. Now you see a little bit of a train starting to form here at the front of the field, but they're not going to stay content. You already see drivers trying to jump up to that outside lane. That's lap 2, and we're going for it.
Well, just as you said, these drivers getting single file. The outside lane comes to life here, powering Howie Briss to the race lead with TC Baker in line as well. They've got 2 car links out in front of the second line on that top line as they'll come around and complete lap number 2.
To our speed shot we go. Lap 2 complete. Howie Briss now leading a new paint scheme aboard that number 97. A new look as well. We've seen him in predominantly orange paint schemes. Good to see the change up, I think, to some black, white, and blue as we work through turns 1 and 2 for the 3rd time this evening. Cody Miller lines up in that 3rd spot. Your first battle then going on with Daniel Falkingham, Sheldon Lockie, TCB, even Spencer Owens there. And the big thing that drivers have talked about so far in reaction to how these cars draft both in the real world and on iRacing is the predominance of tandem drafting once again, Emerson. We haven't talked about proper tandems since, what, 2012? Even prior to that? We haven't talked about proper tandems in a while. that's going to be a big change to these guys. It's been about 10 years since tandems have really worked in NASCAR. Do we see it happen tonight?
It depends, I guess. If you think like two drivers are gonna lock bumpers and pull away from the field, that certainly is a possibility from just the few iRacing clips I have seen. But I don't think we're gonna see it to the capacity we saw it back in 2011, 2012. Just because these cars, though they can tandem, the reason they can tandem is because they're just so stable. And I mean, you can really put a shot into someone's rear end, and they can hold on to it really well. So that's really the reason you can really push through these corners. So the show's gonna be more confident, and then that's how tandems form. But as far as I think 2011 level tandems, I don't know. It'll be intriguing to see what these NORC drivers decide to do.
A big group of drivers already in the back here. Caleb, Jared Darling, one of them. That was Emerson's pick. They're falling back now in the backstretch. James Simmons, looks like the 54 of Nick Northrup. The one, obviously, of Jared Darling, and the 33. That should be the 38, but I guess he's got the number a little bit wrong there. Benjamin Miles. These guys well back of the field. I believe they started from pit lane, and they are already 20-some seconds behind the race leaders. But you know what? This might be an opportunity for them to obviously play the stages, racing to lap 60 here in stage number 1, where a stage winner, whoever that may be, gets awarded $15.
Yeah, no doubt. I think from like we talked to Will Klein at the beginning of the race, he said that he was just trying to survive to the last 10 laps, and I'd have to believe that, like Jared Darling himself, who's always fast, is probably doing the same thing as we see how racy these cars are at the front of the field, pulling out a line, trying to make moves. But so far, these next-gen cars seem to be pretty stuck to the track, like Emerson noted, and pretty stable so far.
We've also heard a lot about these cars potentially liking that top side of the racetrack, Emerson, and we saw it for a moment. Daniel Falkingham getting pushed out there by Terrell Baker and even Josh Robin. They started to get a top line going. Now they'll do it again. It seems like it might work out, but they're not riding and lying like in NASCAR. They're dropping down and making moves and trying to go somewhere. Do we think we see this top side work?
If this was another group of drivers, definitely. But like you said, they're not going to sit around in line. This is NORC. This is the final NORC race. This could be potentially, for some of these drivers, this may be the last time racing with, with some of these people. They're going to want to have fun tonight. I know, there's $200 on the line. I don't think too many people are thinking of that, especially on lap 7. I think they're just out here having a good time, just embracing the NORC atmosphere. So I do think it's very possible with these cars, and this group of drivers are definitely capable of doing that and running the outside lane. I know some people are scared to do it, but I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, I mean, you see right there, TCB had a chance to just stick to the bumper there and stay up on that outside lane, but every run he's getting, he's taking, and it shows you how comfortable he really is with his car, as Daniel Falkingham will close up his back bumper and give him a little bit of a shove there. Yeah, I mean, he was all over his back bumper right there, and when the exit of the corner right there is not a place you want to get on that bumper, and you could have turned TCB, but a nice piece of driving right there to keep the nose straight and keep racing on.
200-mile-an-hour formation laps to the top 12 or so. Lap 8 now of 200, racing to 60. So if this first run goes green, we do have to get a pit stop in before we get to the end of stage number 1. I do want to acknowledge a pretty popular viewer out there in the chat this evening, IDK Player. Didn't expect to see that name in the chat, but welcome to you and, of course, everybody else chatting it up. You can go ahead and chat us up on social media. Use hashtag NORCTONA500 or go ahead and just directly tag us or use hashtag PitStopTV. We'll join in the conversation with you. We'd certainly appreciate it as we work lap number 8, riding on board here with Cody Miller. About the only Toyota in the field, at least the only Toyota that I've seen this evening. Kind of interesting that he's going against the grain, or so it seems, at least compared to everybody else, as these guys continue to go at it up front. TCB leading on lap 9, Josh Robin helping him. Tony Hilbrand's lone soldier on the bottom, at least for the moment. Now, Freddie De La Rosa catches up to that 33 car and gets him going. Or sorry, to the 92 car and gets him going.
And this could be the first taste of tandem. So you see how glued to the rear end of TCB that Josh Robbins 8 is. And, I mean, look at the run Justin Gable got. I think that kind of negated their chance to pull away there. But if they can just time it right, they really could glue up to one another and start to try to tandem away from the lead pack. I've seen it done in iRacing clips. I mean, I haven't experienced it myself. But these drivers, I mean, this is an aggressive field. And they're not going to let two drivers just, get glued up and tandem away at their own will. Maybe if something happens in the middle of the pack, that might break up the momentum. But other than that, I think these drivers, they're going to be right up there. They're going to be noticing if anyone's trying to tandem away.
Well, an onboard shot here with Zoltan Herczeg, a New York driver, just following along right behind this first pack. Kind of, Andrew, like you said, kind of where you would want to be. Not necessarily dicing it up in the thick of things, but staying just behind so you have enough reaction time if something were to go wrong.
Yeah, this feels like the safe bubble zone, and he's even got a gap behind him. If we take this shot, you can see now Spencer Owens is behind him, but he's got room way back to Bobby Chaney. It's a matter of keeping tabs with the cars out front. Now, obviously, these guys have a caution on the way, regardless of what happens in the first 59 laps. They have that caution after 60. So as long as they stay on the lead lap within that term, they're okay. But this is going to be where Zoltan finds out a lot about how these cars draft exactly and how much that draft delta has changed. Maybe obviously these brand new cars, they have rear diffusers now. Everything about the way air flows in and around this car is completely different, and that may or may not change things. We're going to find out. I mean, this is a proper test of exactly how these cars draft. Now, it's not exactly as it may be in Daytona in just a couple of weeks, but it's a pretty good indicator at the very least.
It's a great approximation of what we could be seeing at Daytona, at least as far as it comes to draft physics. Obviously, we won't know until they let them rip at Daytona in real life here in a couple of weeks, but Steve Falkingham, he got the lead there for a moment, and he just dropped right back. I mean, the way the momentum shifts in this field, I haven't seen this in quite a bit when in these A cars here on iRacing, and it makes me smile just to see the pack racing ability kind of back in action here in iRacing in the A class cars. Cannot wait for the officials to get here. Just looking at these guys, this is probably the most tame we've seen the front of a NORC pack all speed weeks, and I think that's definitely because it's lap 12, lap 13 of 200. But at that, you're still seeing them get after it.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Emerson. I was just about to say it seems pretty calm for a NORC pack, but as you mentioned, 200 laps is the distance we'll go. So I've said it a couple times now, you have to survive to get to the end of this thing, but at the same time, if you can be cautiously aggressive, you set yourself up in a good spot, kind of like these two drivers up front, Daniel Falkingham, Tony Hilbrands are doing.
I love that term, cautiously aggressive. I like to use it myself. I think that's what you've got to be. You've got to hang on to the back of this lead pack. You've got to be there. You've got to be aggressive to stay there, but you got to be cautious. You don't want to get too far up there. You want to give yourself reaction time. So I like where Zoltan Herczeg is. That's where I would place myself if it were me out there, or at least try to put myself. But obviously, it didn't quite happen last week. Freddie D drops down to the bottom side, now leading things down there on lap 14, but you see Falkingham drop right down in front of that 33 car. The gaps, I've noticed, much larger with these cars. The runs, they come and go. They don't keep that momentum. So I like how you put it, Emerson. The momentum changes. It's never a constant here with these Generation 7 vehicles. It seems to move around a whole lot more than ever before.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the drivers have a lot more that they can do, especially after the May update with the Gen 6 cars here on iRacing. You just felt really, really helpless when you were pack racing at Daytona or Talladega. You just couldn't really generate much. But now, even though it's still a plate race, still a draft race, you still need help if you can get, if you can find it. You got to go with the help. But you're able to do a little bit more. You don't have to just sit in a line and hope there's some brake check up ahead of you and some run you can generate with a couple cars that want to go behind you. You can make things happen now, which I think really plays into the driver's favor. Really, makes this 200 lap, this 500-mile race a little bit more enjoyable than what we maybe could have been seeing if we were still running the Gen 6 cars.
Two cars battling for the race lead now off of turn number 4. That's Freddie De La Rosa and Mr. Gable himself. They both got TCB and Daniel Falkingham behind them, giving them a shove. And we've seen a lot of lead changes, and I think that's just a product of this next-gen car. I mean, we've seen lead changes for a good bit, as we see now 10 lead changes in 16 laps. So consider that a good start to this NORCTONA 500.
I heard the Georgia bleed through there for a moment. 10 lead changes. I heard it just a little bit. I heard that bit of twang there. As these guys work lap 16, Daniel Falkingham is the one car that I think I've seen move around the most. And one thing that I think is going to contribute to that is he works to the inside of Michael Keithley. One thing that I think is going to make it more difficult to hold these cars perfectly straight is, Freddie D almost chopped down onto the nose of the 20 car. He was trying to follow TCB, who you can already see a bit of damage to his car. In fact, this camera should show it. Well, maybe show the inside of it. As, yeah, you can see that bit of damage right to the center of the number 25. Not the greatest look. But anyways, this is now a rack and pinion steering system. This is not the steering box of old. This is not quite at all what a stock car has ever felt like. This rack and pinion steering, it's much like what you would find in an Indy car. So think of steering an Indy car, except it is a stock car. It is still a stock car. It still has all of the poor handling characteristics of a stock car. It's still heavy. It's still a boat, but it steers a bit more like an Indy car, and that's a weird combination to get used to. I mean, I don't know if it's good or bad. We'll find out. And obviously, I'm sure the latest steering changes in NASCAR, which are yet to be reflected in iRacing just because of the lack of availability of data, I'm sure that will change things. But at least for now, on the iRacing.com sim, and Emerson, you can back me up here, they feel like feathers. These cars feel like weird feathers. They just dance around the racetrack a little bit. You don't have as much force feedback in the car. You don't have as much feel for what's going on. And it's very difficult to hold yourself to a very perfect line. So you're moving around a lot more side to side. I doubt we see a lot of 3-wide action tonight.
I hope we'll get, we saw that 3-wide action on lap 1. I think that was a lot of people hitting to the back. But I agree. The first time I loaded up in an Action Con iRacing, I thought something was wrong with my steering wheel. I realized, they changed the steering box. I went into the setup and saw that it was, different steering box. But it is so much lighter. It was really a shock. If you weren't really paying attention or understood, what was happening, it's a shock from the Gen 6 to the Gen 7 car. And it's difficult. It is a difficult transition because you cannot feel the weight the same way. But it also it's intriguing to see how much weight you have to put into these corners now as opposed to what you had to with the Gen 6 car.
Well, real quick, Andrew, I'd like to make this note and hear your opinion on this. But it seems to me right now these cars seem to be racing kind of like the 2014 packs in NASCAR, where you just have 2 lanes. The leader can jump from top to bottom. The only difference with this next gen car is it's hard for that leader to control both lanes. It seems like runs are so good and have so much grip that it's hard to hold that lead out front. But that's just kind of my takeaway so far with just these 2 lanes and having leaders go from top to bottom so easy.
You're certainly not far off. I think it's easy to see what you're seeing right here where Josh Robin and Tony Hillbrands, they went low, they can get side by side, but you can't go anywhere on the bottom right now. It's all the top side to make moves, and look at how quickly this top side gets rolling again as Josh Robin actually almost gets put middle there. Now he drops down in front of Tony Hillbrands. And I went to this camera specifically so you can see just how top dominant the front of the field is getting. Look at the tail line coming through. We're starting to see this. I mean, this is what NASCAR has looked like at least until about 2020 on plate tracks where they really bunched the whole field up. This is a lot more of what you've seen in recent NASCAR years. This is the most realistic draft group I've ever seen, and it's maybe even the wrong car. This is really cool to see. This is something we've never seen on iRacing previously. We've always seen the pack races of some sort or single file on the bottom. You were never faster up top, but I think the way they're carrying this momentum is just so much faster with these cars. This is fascinating, but I think you're right. It's easy to get side by side. It's hard to pass.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is something I've been, trying to see if it would work on NASCAR games and here on iRacing. And this outside lane, dominance, or this outside lane is faster, this outside lane is actually going to prevail over the inside lane, hasn't really come to fruition. And while maybe it may not be the greatest spectacle when you watch it in real life, this is really intriguing, I think, for a bunch of iRacers, especially, to see this outside lane really, carry itself and not really need any added support. I mean, there's only 5 or 6 cars up there. Now this inside lane's starting to get some help. But you're seeing here, you need numbers on that inside lane to do anything on that inside lane. That's so cool to see on iRacing.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think you have to have, along with numbers, in order to get those numbers, you have to have drivers that are willing to pull out of that comfortable top lane and pull this bottom lane. And right now that bottom lane is starting to stack up and have some numbers, but they haven't quite made the headway on TCB that we've seen in previous NORC races, where this bottom lane could just kind of pull right back to the front and you're back to side-by-side racing. Right now, TCB with Daniel Falkingham on the top side and Howie Briss, they're just controlling this race as we continue to roll on.
Lap 23 now of 200, just over a tenth of the way through this race. And the pit window is going to open up here very shortly. We've got 8 sets of tires, so 25 laps apiece, which matches up, I think, almost with, honestly, you might want to run 30 laps in this first run. Might want to cut it a little bit short. Oh, my goodness, Tony Hilbrands. I don't know where he was going, but he was going somewhere south quick as he gets down to the inside of Zoltan Hergezek. That was a very aggressive move. This is going to be an interesting race to watch as far as fuel strategy, and I think we'll see some parallels to when the NASCAR Cup Series comes here for the Daytona 500 very shortly. We're not going to see these guys, I don't think, run it all the way out. We might, but I don't think we'll see the entire field do that. And they've made me a liar before, I think back to the truck race, but I would not be surprised to see at least a couple of groups split this run in half and go fuel only on this first run, get tires at the stage.
Look at this run up the inside, a huge push, and Freddie De La Rosa, he takes the lead away from TCB. There's a little bit of checkup on that outside lane, and here comes TCB. He's starting out from behind with 33. He's got a couple in tow with him. That's Daniel Falkingham, and I believe Howie Briss going with, and TCB right back to the lead. But wow, that inside lane really made a surge there in 1 and 2.
Well, if anything, we've got a trio at the front of this field right now. TCB, Falkingham, and Briss all decided to make that move together. So those three lost the lead or lost the front three, and then just like that, they put it back out front. So more runs coming now. They're going to try to have to defend as they work through turns 1 and 2.
And this lead pack is now elongated quite a bit. It's extending all the way back to Patrick Colby, and then you finally get a separation to guys like Elijah Gracia, Tom Mercier, Cody Lamas, Sheldon Lockheed, and Matt Hummel. The bottom is lined up nicely, but they don't have the numbers to, I think, fight for this race lead, at least not the way you might think. We saw that quick change. Freddie De La Rosa got there, and you might have 1 or 2 cars get there as Josh Robin about turns, Freddie, but you're going to have, I think, the top side band together just like we saw. We might see a different, organization of drivers at some point in this race, and certainly at some point within this first stage, but at least for now, the front is controlled by, as you mentioned, Caleb, Terrell Baker, Daniel Falkingham, and Howie Briss. 25 laps complete. We're getting a good way of the ways home. That is 1/8 now complete. That is 1 set of tires pretty much if you were to run these tires all equally. But as you know, these guys are going to save tires for the end, especially if we get some green-white checkers. And the way these guys have run so far tonight, Emerson, I'm counting on them.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm really anxious to see. I think now we're looking pretty spread out. I think the goal in everyone's mind is at least that first round of pit stops. I don't see anyone getting really too antsy before pit stops. But at that, if we can make it to the stage, caution. And if we can do the same at the end of the second stage, we're going to have a lot of people with clean race cars ready to go for 80 laps. That'd be something, but we still got a long way before we get there. But I'm just thinking, if we keep these cars clean, we're going to have an intense race in that third stage.
Well, and that's something we necessarily haven't seen these past couple weeks, is having a full fleet of cars clean. And I don't want to jinx anything as we see a car cut down the racetrack. Not entirely sure. I think that's Josh Robin. It is, as he cut down the racetrack right there, just as I said that. But I think we could have a clean set of cars here for these final 80 laps.
And at some point, Freddie De La Rosa has given a pretty big hit to somebody, and his hood is gone. You are not seeing that incorrectly, at least per our sim for the broadcast. There is not a hood on that car. This is far from what was ever expected in this race. That's a new one. That is a new one.
Maybe trying to test the waters with some better engine cooling. Maybe you'll be able to stay glued to someone's bumper a little
bit
longer, right? Weight reduction, yeah.
Let's go back and see if we can find out where that was. And we may have found it here. Let's get back on board of them. This is a lap prior to where I first noticed that he didn't have a hood. Just watch this. I have no clue where this is going to happen, what it's going to look like, but you can see he's in the top lane. He's behind Cody Miller in front of Josh Robin. He must give somebody a pretty darn good hit to the rear end at some point and just knock this hood clean off. It's got to happen in 1 and 2 or on the backstretch, I guess. Could it be Justin Gable? That would make sense. These two both running identical paint schemes, just different numbers. And we'll just watch along. Right here, a big check up on the top side. Freddie got there, checked up, and,
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's a new one. We'll rejoin these guys back under green and still right on board with this number 33 car. He's 5th in line as we complete lap number 29. And David Shutt has gone ahead and joined the party. He's on the bottom side now, starting to fall back just a little bit.
Yeah, David Shutt's starting to lead a little bit of a charge here on this inside lane. He, I don't know if he had really the run. We're going to see what happens here off of turn 2. He's got Josh Robin to his outside. If you can get those pushes right there, there's a little bit of a tap to his rear end, but if you can get a little bit of a consistent push here, we might be talking a little something. But you can see, like the way the pack is right now, you're seeing even Freddie De La Rosa with the hood damage, or no hood, really, no hood damage, no hood. He's just able to stay up there just because he's embedded into this pack, and this pack, this is starting to really get set in stone. And again, I think this is kind of the mindset until pit stops. I think we'll see a little bit different of a mindset as we approach a stage end.
Well, this really amazes me how TCV's been able to control this race and how much this top line has been dominant. They're all top feeding, as we typically say, bottom feeding or catfishing down on the bottom of the racetrack. So right now, up by that outside wall, just pulling that lane across. And the bottom has made a few charges, but nothing to be concerned about if you're TCV or any of those top 3 drivers.
I know Catbird Seed is a saying. Does this make them catbirds out there? Anyways, they're riding up top side. I guess they're closer to birds than fish as they work the top. 6 cars strong out front of the entire field. 31 laps now complete, and if you're watching on our YouTube stream rather, you'll know that Ed Kell is in the chat and said that he bets on a pile up here on lap number 32. Well, Ed Kell, here it is. Is it going to happen this lap? We'll go ahead and find out. A couple of drivers working their way forward in this pack that I didn't expect to see doing this. One of them being the HMS driver, Elite Motorsports driver of Zach Lindgren. He's across the house right now, literally here in North Carolina, across the house. I did not expect to see him moving up through this field and into the top 10. He was very critical of the way I ran last week's race, staying up in the front, trying to go for it. This is the last guy I would expect up in the front.
Well, I think, with it being the NORCTONA 500, you're visibly seeing the energy in this pack much different than the 4 prior races. I don't think this is all too I guess dangerous for Zach, especially with how much the pack is now single file up against this outside wall. He's kind of just embedded in that line. There's a little bit. There's 3 cars to his inside. Now, if this pack starts to really get dicey, you might even see him just back out of it. If maybe find his way to the bottom and just back out of it. We'll see. But yeah, he's just there's not a whole lot I'd be worried about right now in his position.
Yeah, I mean, he can see pretty clear out of his windshield that nothing's getting too spicy up front right now with the top still remaining dominant, and that's the line he's in. I think you'd feel even more comfortable if the rest of these top line cars could get clear and there was just a single snake of cars up on the top lane. But a lot of these drivers still aggressively trying to use this bottom of the racetrack.
We'll see if it can go anywhere. So far, it simply has not. I mean, it's clearly been topside dominant. You're seeing that still as the top 3-4 cars are on their own on the very top side. Now David Shutt going to make it 5 up there. Everybody's hounding to get to the top side. The first 3 wide that we've seen in a while, Anthony Emery through the middle, and he's the only driver I've seen make it 3 wide now. Slots back in behind everybody else on the top side. We're going to say top versus bottom side a lot this evening. I think top side, bottom side going to be probably our 2 most popular words behind a, the, it, stuff like that.
A little bit intrigued there with what Josh Robin did. He was kind of comfortable in that outside lane, just dropped right down. He's going to work with David Shutt here on this inside. You can see him trying to get glued to that rear end. Look at his run. He can get through the center of the corner because the inside lane is the shortest way around. If he can stay glued to Josh Robin here, he might have a fighting chance here in the 3. But look, I mean, oh my goodness, that outside lane is just gapping him. Picking him to Gapplebee's.
Yeah, I mean, it just pulls right down the backstretch, and they gained, 3 cars out in front. But then they pull, seems like the entry of the corner, they'll pull up close to maybe the second lane or the second corner line, Daniel Falkingham, but then here just comes this run from this top side. But the bottom lane holds on pretty good here through the tri-oval.
Staying on board here with Josh Robin. I really do just enjoy listening to these guys as here comes a massive bottom run. It seems like just on occasion, on random occasion, the top side completely drops in speed, and here we go. The top 2 cars from the bottom move up to the top. David Shutt now in control of the 2022 NORCTONA 500. Josh Robin second. Terrell Baker there in third. How do these guys mix things up now? Bobby Chaney leading the bottom side. Daniel Falkingham might be one of the first to drop out. At least if these guys get something going. I mean, oh, there we go. As I'm starting to theorize, you see Terrell Baker go right back to the bottom side. Falkingham follows. And Howie Briscoe's along with. David Shutt protects. Chess at 200 miles an hour.
Josh Robin getting hung out the drive there. TCB, he got David Shutt down to the bottom, and he just tiptoes right up to the outside lane, right around them. And he'll carry on his merry way. That's the second time now we've seen TCB lose the lead, and I mean, he's not going to be content to ride even in third, even in, just past halfway in the first stage. He's not content. He wants to lead all these laps. He wants to lead all 200 if he can, which he cannot at this point, but he wants to.
Oh, there we go! Freddie De La Rosa around in front of most of the field, and more cars may be involved. The number 33 in trouble, way in the back. And Freddie De La Rosa has already towed back to the pit lane. We saw the incident where he lost the hood of his car, and now we see the incident where he gets turned on the backstretch. Well, actually, had to turn before. He was riding behind Justin Gable on the outside of Michael Keithley. This is out of turn number 2, and we'll get a better look at things here. He gets the momentum rolling to the outside of Bobby Chaney now. And I think, if memory serves me correctly, from the brief moment we saw things happen, he drops in front, or at least tries to drop in front of the number 5 car here, David Shutt. Maybe it was Cody Miller, and it was. Drops down in front of Cody Miller, not clear, and around he goes. Anthony Emery, what a miss. Look at these guys spin. Hillbrands just gets the fence.
Unfortunate there for Tony Hillbrands, and I think they saw what TCB, Falkingham, and Briss did last lap. They wanted to kind of mirror that with their own kind of big run. They were using the draft on that high side. They're going to use the hill to get a little bit of extra speed down the front straightaway, and but they were not as coordinated as the top 3 were.
Yeah, we're gonna think. I hate it for Tony Hillbrand right there. Hillbrands, as he made contact with that wall, almost a perfect save for him. Not sure how much damage he's gonna have, but a lot of these drivers did a good job missing this crash. I think it could have been worse than it was.
We'll watch this from the onboard of Tony Hillbrands out of the Midwest. And Phenom, as he calls himself, just about 4 cars behind this accident, maybe 5 cars. Sees the smoke, dives low, and the car just gets unsettled. Just kisses the rear. And that's how quickly it all happens.
Yeah, this damage model in the next gen car, he's gonna definitely feel it. If he can find himself embedded in the pack, he'll be all right. If he knows he has a loyal car or 2 behind him, he should be okay as long as he gets up to 5th gear and is getting the draft. But if he doesn't have somebody directly behind him, he might be feeling it here, and it might be an early night for that 92. We'll see.
Well, 39 laps into this 200-lap race here on Pit Stop TV. While we got a second, we'll invite you to follow us on Pit Stop TV on all our social media platforms, Facebook.com, that's Pit Stop TV, or Twitter, Pit Stop TV _, Instagram, Pit _Stop _TV, and on YouTube, Pit Stop TV 1. We love having everybody tune into these shows. Exciting racing for this NORCTONA 500.
Ed Kell, you were 5 laps off. 5 laps off of our first crash here. As these guys pace around the Daytona International Speedway, just want to thank everybody for tuning in this evening on Pit Stop TV. It's been a time with NORC, certainly. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of ups and downs for a lot of the drivers, but it's been a ton of fun. It has been a proper ball here on Pit Stop TV, covering these races and seeing what you guys have to say out in the chat, hearing from you guys about what you do and don't like, and it has probably been a lot of fun. Following some cars in the pit lane here. And we have this rear camera now, Emerson, on these cars that serves as the mirror, as opposed to the normal mirror that you still see in iRacing. That's not quite the arrangement we have for the Gen 7 car once it makes its debut later this weekend. That rear camera is a perfect place to put a rear camera on our onboards. I like it quite a bit.
Fair enough, right? Just freshly off the real life Rolex 24, which many of the sports cars have similar rear cameras. They all do the same job anyway. It's to look behind and make sure that everything behind you is A-OK. It's going to be intriguing to see what that implementation here into the Premier Series of NASCAR stock car racing, how these drivers take it and run with it. Will they, think of it the same as a mirror? Will they be maybe more distracted by it? Who knows? But it'll be intriguing.
Well, right now it appears we'll have a 20-lap shootout to the stage end, going for the money right here. I'm curious if these drivers will play nice or if they're going for the money.
At this point, they're going for the money. No more pit stop to worry about, nothing to ride along about. If these guys want $15, this is where they're going to show it. They are going to go after it and see what they can or can't do. Let's ride on board with somebody that's mired a little ways back, but I think in a pretty good position to make some moves here. The one, the only Sean Williams. He's coming to the green in the 8th position as we get ready for our first restart of the evening. These guys have learned a lot. Let's see how they put it together. The bottom side, dominant on the restarts, that's clear. Multiple cars passing Sean Williams here as these guys start to dance up front. Gives a shot there to David Schutt, and we'll race to turn number 3. Anthony Emery leading the race. Daniel Falkingham second, and here he comes. Terrell Baker on the bottom side.
This power move. TCB, he's got Cody Miller tucked up behind him. Michael Keithley and David Schutt. David Schutt down there, and not really by choice. He now finds his way back into that outside lane. Emery has Daniel Falkingham in tow and have a little bit of a semblance of a tandem going on here at the front of the field now. A couple tandems.
Yeah, 2x2 for the race lead right here. TCB getting some help on the bottom of the racetrack right now, trying to take back control of this race and get the race lead. Stuck down there on the bottom of the racetrack. He wants to get to that top and get behind his dance partners as we ride on board. 3 wide riding up to the field. That's Schutt with Daniel Falkingham and Emery just in front of him.
Schutt 3 wide in the middle. You see some damage there to Cody Miller's nose. And that contact from Freddie De La Rosa. Freddie is out of this race in the 32nd position. Cody Lamas has also disconnected. Justin Gable is now 4 laps down. I think he is out of this race as well. We stay on board with David Schutt. Following Howie Briss, and there's the move. The 3 at the front, except where is TCB? He's not leading this show. So Daniel Falkingham leads him down to the bottom. Now Schutt going to go high, try and take something to the outside of Briss. No, that just opens the door for TCB to come on through. To the inside of Howie Briss. To the inside of Daniel Falkingham with help from his team TCB teammate of Cody Miller. What a run, and how this might just open up for the 25 car.
My goodness, Anthony Emery started this lap as the race leader, and Falkingham went to his inside, and I guess by virtue of the momentum that he had then lost, he let everyone through. Well, here comes Anthony Emery right back. He's not content to just lose the lead like that. It's Falking at the front, but Emery making an effort here on the inside. No help now for him.
Well, he decided to come down the racetrack, and TCB decided to go up top. Not in the business of helping, but he wants the help to get back to the front of this field. He rides up in that top lane, 5th overall, just behind Josh Robin, David Shutt, Howie Briss, and the leader, Daniel Falkingham, as here comes a run from that 33 of Miles to the bottom of the racetrack. But you got to have help, and one car goes with him. Now that car jumps back to the top side.
Miles went down low and immediately gets hung out to dry. John Barry stays up top, so they're getting this top line rolling again. You can see Bobby Chaney up there, Anthony Emery up there, and look at Dylan Patterson. Tried to go middle, now goes top. And now Nick Northrup makes it almost 3 wide as James Simmons goes on by, and Simmons onto the apron trying to make a move to the inside of Dylan Patterson. That was certainly something, and Emery gets in behind the 03. Simmons now on his own. Northrup is going to go middle. These guys are where the racing is at.
Yeah, this middle of the pack, this heart of the pack, where these drivers haven't really organized, but they're still well within the pack. Oh goodness, here comes the slow vehicle there. I believe
that is Freddie.
That's Freddie De La Rosa. Yeah, that 33 has seen better days, and he still has no hood. Just add on to it.
Yeah, an on-board shot right here just to see, yeah, for sure no hood right there as he continues to drift back right here. He'll jump back in line just behind the 98 of Hillbrands. He's still got some cars behind him, but we'll see if any of them want to work with him. You see them all trying to make moves around him, but a nice block by him is going to keep cars behind him so that maybe he can stay on this lead lap.
I'm surprised at how this car is picking up speed, Emerson, aren't you?
Well, once it's embedded in that draft, it's not all too difficult. But
he was going lower than 170 on his own. He's now up into the 180s.
That's fair, but Matt Hummel stayed loyal for the longest time. Now he puts him in the middle, and this might be the last we see Freddie here. We'll see if they can pick up another person.
That was close with Hayes.
Yeah, he's doing everything he can just to try and stay in cahoots with this pack, but right now, you know, he dropped like a rock. He's at the tail end. We'll see if he can latch on and just perhaps pace around this field and survive. And he's doing a good job right now as we ride on board with Tom Mercier as he is taking the bottom lane around this racetrack.
Now, there is no double yellow line rule. I think that's something that's kind of been glossed over, not just by us, but by the drivers as well. John Barry made an executive decision to go ahead and cut that out. Let's not even have that. Let's not even worry about the double yellow line. Go down there if you want to, but it's at your own risk. And if you crash, well, you crash, and that's on you. We haven't seen drivers really utilize that, and I think a lot of them have already forgotten about it. As here we go, mixing things up front. It's David Shutt and Josh Robin back down to the bottom side. Shutt can't quite get the lead there, but man, was that close, and he gets his nose ahead just after the tri-oval, and then you see that top side come right back. Falkingham and Baker have got this figured out.
Well, look at who the top three are on that outside line. It's the top three we're talking about before they wrecked it. Here they go again. Josh Robbins going around with somebody else on the back straightaway.
No caution yet. Are we going to get a yellow? Josh Robin is slow, now gets back going. One car went way down to the inside. I'm not even sure who that was that went along with him. Was it James Simmons? Yes, it was.
Very surprised there for no caution. Both cars spun, but I mean, they both got back rolling pretty quickly. But now we'll have to see. I'm pretty sure Josh Robin has completely lost this pack. So is it enough time to stay on the lead lap before we come to the end of this stage?
These guys working lap 49. That means 11 to go the next time through. Northrup, a big adjustment way down to the bottom side. We work down the Daytona super stretch. One car drops down way further back. That was the 12 car of Spencer Owens deciding to drop on back. He's not really in contention for the $15 for the stage. He'll drop way out of it. Now other cars down to the bottom side. Is that Cody Miller down there? No, it was not. That was Northrup again. So Nick Northrup clearly wants to get something going, but needs numbers, and he doesn't have those right now. As, oh boy, Bobby Chaney gets him squirrely. Ben Miles sits in behind. And they almost get cleared by David Shutt, who was at the tail end of that line. Now Chaney pops back up behind Shutt. And here we go. Jared Darling now on the scene.
Well. This is a driver I'd expect to stay towards the back, but I guess to the point earlier, this has just been a much more calmer race. And I think Jared says, you know what, screw it, let's go up there and race. And maybe he also just wants his fair chance at $15 for himself. But up into this lead pack here, trying to work that bottom side. He's got one other car with him, that's Dylan Patterson, trying to make something happen here as they come around to 10 laps left of the stage.
Well, back at the front of the field, TCB continues to lead this race, and I want to note that the last time TCB won a stage, he went on to win all of the stages, plus the race victory and sweep it. So perhaps looking to do that once again, and he's placed himself in a good opportunity to do just that.
I'm going to have to verify that. Did he not win Stage 2 last week?
You might be right there. I'm trying to remember.
Well, we can save that for the stage break. We can figure that out then. But yeah, that's interesting. If so, I could have sworn he won a stage last week. But the thing I want to get to here, while we have time under this green flag run, Phoenix Designs on board that number 1 car. Jared Darling is teamed up with Liam Brotherton, somebody who has just freshly qualified for the eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series, and props seriously to Liam Brotherton. He'll tell you he was not initially expecting to go on to the Coke Series, as it's affectionately known. He was just running Road to Pro again. Obviously, the hopes were there. You know, if you can, go for it. But he wasn't going in expecting to. He went in just expecting to see what he could get. He's a great guy, runs Phoenix Designs, he owns that, and has teamed up here with Jared Darling to put Phoenix Designs on this number 1 car. And Liam deserves all of the shout-outs he can get. He's competing in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series later this evening in their clash at the LA Coliseum. Unfortunately, you know, it kind of clashes with us this evening, but good luck to Liam this season as he competes for Elliott Sadler Esports in the number 2 car.
It's great stuff there. Just more light shed to it. That LA Coliseum, it's gonna be a good little show. Can't wait to see how it is here, I guess, with the professionals of iRacing before we see how it's really done this weekend. That LA Coliseum, that is something else. Putting the NASCAR race inside of a football stadium? Are you kidding me? We had it the other way around at Bristol, but this is not what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, the layout they've got for that track is looking mighty sharp. So I'm curious to see how everything plays out this weekend for not only the Cup Series, but also tonight, like you said, in the Coca-Cola eNASCAR Series. Kind of our first taste of what's going to happen here at this racetrack.
Lap 54 of 200. Darrell Baker leads the show. Howie Briss, the last car, alone on the top side. Now Darling gets a run from Patterson. Miles behind that 03 car. And it's Hilbrains bringing some numbers to that bottom side. Almost gets Miles a bit squirrely. Sean Williams is down there. First time we've ever seen him in a Ford. As he brings that Mustang up to the front of the field, or at least close to it. He now sits in the 12th position, looking to move a little further forward, maybe. You see Northrop up top in the 54 car. The time counts down. 6 laps to go this time by in stage 1.
That inside lane, it's starting to get some momentum here. It's about the highest I've seen it in a while. And a little bit of a wiggle there from Jared. A little bit of a, I guess, an off-centered push there from Dylan Patterson. And that might just end the momentum that I was just talking about, the inside lane picking up. But they were staying committed to that bottom side, and they were slowly creeping along. And they might still be on track to get there on time.
Well, there was a comment I made about TCB that was under further review, and I can say now, after checking last week's notes, that call has been overturned. TCB actually did win Stage 2 last week. So, Andrew, you were right. He did win Stage 2 last week. So, prior to that, he swept the stages in the previous race. So, TCB is one of those drivers that has picked up quite a few stage victories in these NORC races we've had so far.
Dylan Patterson went 3 wide with the help of Jared Darling, now dropping back quickly, and he is sandwiched like a cookie, and he gets turned! Massive crash! Big hit for the 33 of Miles. And it's our first big crash of the evening. Zach Lindgren destroyed on the back straightaway. Sheldon Lockey there. Tony Hilbrand's involved. And actually, I think Zach is okay. I was about to have a reason to go across the house and say, ha, karma. And unfortunately, I'll eat my words.
But unfortunately. Oh, goodness.
Well, unfortunately for me. Fortunate for him, of course, is look at the damage to the number 69 car of Lockey.
Like somebody took a bite out of the rear end of the 70. My goodness.
A big crash here. It really starts off as I called out there, the 33 car. We'll try and find... oh, well, there it is. It kind of came up on me a little bit quickly there. Oh, he's going to get hit again. So we've got a lot to look forward to in this one, Caleb. We're going to start things off with that AEW number 33 on the bottom side. Scored as the 38th car. I think he missed the memo on that number, but he works on the bottom side. You see him following Dylan Patterson for a moment. This is where they went 3 wide. So you can watch Patterson as well here on the 03 car and see what he does.
Yeah, this is them coming through the tri-oval. So you see the 03 car go 3 wide right there, but TCB gets the run. We'll see what happens with that 03 car. Kind of sucks down onto the 33, goes up the top of the racetrack. Still no there it is. The 54 makes contact with the 03 that hits the 33 into the outside wall. He comes to a stop. And wow. I'm not even sure. Maybe the 59 car was hit from behind and shoved down into the 33, but hard contact there.
I mean, Sheldon hit him hard. That didn't look like there was any slowing down. We'll obviously get more replays here. Northrop just had a great run, and I mean, it's hard to tell a driver to lift, especially coming to the end of a stage, which this puts up in jeopardy. I don't know if we're going to call this the end of the stage or if we're going to get restarted before it. But let's watch from Northrop's point of view here, Emerson, and I can certainly understand why he takes this run, but with these curved bumpers, I think this is something that drivers, both on iRacing and in NASCAR, have to get used to. A lot like the Xfinity Series, the bumpers are not completely flat. You see it in action there, just hooks that car around, and thankfully for him, he gets through that.
Yeah, maybe if this was the straightaway, it would have been, I guess, a little bit more doable for Dylan Patterson to hold a bump like that, but Northrop was just coming from full head of steam. And, I mean, Patterson was in the sucker hole. You saw Patterson with his car placement kind of panicking there, trying to find any way back in line, and he just kind of continued to dwindle his own momentum in the sucker hole. And Nick Northrop with the run he had, it was just bad mixture there. And oh no, Sheldon Lockey.
And we can show this from another angle. He absolutely gets some contact. It was not entirely by his own volition or anything here. He had some help. He had Hayes Booth pushing him, Elijah Gracia behind Hayes. And this is up onto the banking here just as things started to happen up ahead. And so at this point he starts to lift. And Hayes, well, that 69 was already sideways, but I don't think Hayes ever got the message, saw the smoke, and stayed in it. And unfortunately, Sheldon has no choice but to join the wreckage on the backstretch.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Sheldon Lockey, but not sure what, I guess just slamming on the brakes, maybe wheel hopped is what snapped that car around. As we ride on board right here to see a little bit of what happened in this crash, and you can see right there, that's a spin around there by Zach, but able to not make any contact with anybody, so 4 fresh tires, and I think he should be okay.
That is the definition of luck. I told JP Costa after predicting an invert with the British Sim Racers earlier on to go buy a lottery ticket. After this one, I think Zach needs to go do the same, and yeah, that was some luck. Lap 59 of 200, we work on to the backstretch. Yes, we do. There's the blue line on the inside that marks pit out. And Terrell Baker is now the race leader. These guys up front did not pit. The top 7 did not pit. Now, if they had been informed that this was the end of stage number 1, they would have pitted. They would have come in and gotten fuel. Them staying out up front tells me that this stage is not over. We're going to have a 1-lap shootout for stage number 1 and $15. That might not sound like a lot, but that's a piece of iRacing content, and if you have not gone and bought the LA Coliseum just yet, well, here you go. This $15 would do it for you. So anybody in this top 7, Baker, Falkingham, Briss, Barry, Darling, Cheney, Keithley, that's your top 7. They all stayed out, and they're going for this $15. Obviously, everybody else has a chance too, and, well, we've seen weirder things happen. We've seen crashes happen many times before. Let's not rule that out here as we get ready to go for a restart. Lap 59 coming to lap number 60 of 200 to end stage number 1. Green flag is out. TCB and Falkingham get this race restarted. It's a one-lap shootout. We're down the backstretch on this one lap, and the bottom side has dropped like an anchor, like a rock, whatever the saying may be. It's up front. It's all Falkingham and Barry now. TCB going to go to the top side. Does this actually end the stage? John Barry trying to save himself $15. TCB goes low. John Barry, we think, wins stage 1. Is that a caution? Yes. Saves himself $15.
How about that? Racing for his wallet. What a move. Bet he had that $15 in his mind the whole time that he did not want to pay out. So he saves himself that, and also saves himself the potential, because even if he does sweep the stages, he doesn't have to pay himself $45. He can just keep the money.
Well, a nice run there for John Barry to the finish of this one. Kind of showed flexing his muscle if this race were to come down to a green-white checkered finish or a shootout of sorts. And that first stage was calm, but that caution set up for a hectic run to the end of the stage.
John Barry goes up there and nabs his own stage win. Let's go ahead and bring him in for a comment. We talked to him on the pace laps, and John, that is a quick way to save your pocketbook.
Yeah, I've been blowing a lot of money the last month, so $15 is $15. Oh, yeah, I'll take it.
And you know what? It saves yourself an extra $15 because there's no possibility of somebody doubling up and taking that extra $15 from you. So really, it saves yourself $30. What's the strategy here? Obviously, tires and fuel. Do you try and cut the stage in half? Do you go all the way until the fuel runs out? What's the move?
Probably go like lap 40 of the stage and pit. That's kind of like what everybody was planning on doing, and then you started wrecking. So, yeah. But I don't know, I'll probably go like 40 into the stage.
I hate that we just cost you a couple of seconds there, but we also got to ask, we've seen a lot of racing already in this race. Obviously, you see that in races, but what has the racing been like from your point of view? What have you learned in these opening laps?
This is about as close as realistic as I've ever seen a draft package on any NASCAR stuff, period. Like, this is like super close how it should be in real life. And just, I was really surprised that the Dale line was actually legit was working. And that was really surprising. It was actually kind of fun to do that for once. But this draft package is amazing. This is like really good.
And obviously, we've seen some alliances already. TCB, Falkingham, and Briss up top. Do you have anybody you're working with, or are you solo?
I've been pretty solo the entire race. I was going to work with Jonathan there, but going to pit stops, then that kind of broke up. I've been kind of just winging it the whole time. And so, been by myself, but it's been working. So, got stage one out of it.
All right, buddy. Are you saving yourself your pocketbook the entire night? Is this where we finally see John Barry win on Pit Stop TV?
I hope so, man. I gotta pay for a house, a car, insurance, all that stuff. I mean, there's an ice storm that's about to hit up here in the next couple of days. I might be missing work. I gotta save some.
Do you have your milk and bread ready?
We got some milk, but we're about to run out, and we have no bread. So
no milk sandwiches in the Berry household? Are you kidding me?
I am not kidding you.
Well, that is something I never would have thought that I would have heard. No milk sandwiches in Kentucky. That is something. Buddy, best of luck to you the rest of the race. Go out there and get them.
Thank you very much.
John Barry wins stage number 1. It's an easy way to save himself some milk and bread money then, I dare say. Got to go out there, especially right after this race. They're an hour behind us, right? So they should be able to go hit up a Walmart, hit up a Food Lion and get some.
A milk sandwich?
Have you never heard of a milk sandwich? I mean, you are from Texas.
what?
I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I haven't.
I've heard, and I'm from Georgia. I don't know if that.
Well, okay, so
qualifies.
everybody goes and gets milk and bread when there's a storm coming, and I do want to say, seriously, everybody in the wake of this, in the way of these storms, be safe. They are very serious, especially ice storms. Snow is one thing. Ice storms, they take down trees, power lines, roofs, etc. Be safe. Be weather aware. There's a channel I like to follow on YouTube called Ryan Hall, y'all. I recommend checking in and just getting the latest updates. He often does live streams during these storms, so seriously, be safe during this. There's a lot of snow and a lot of ice headed the way of the Midwest and into the north, but a milk sandwich is more so of a metaphor for everybody going out there and buying milk and bread, and it's not really, nobody's gonna pour milk on bread and make a milk sandwich, although you could put some milk in a bowl of cereal and make some bread cereal. I guess a bowl of milk rather, make some bread cereal. That one you could do. I would just hope that nobody would ever do. You'd be insane. Anyways, we have a restart coming our way. Lap 63 going to give way to lap 64, and we will officially begin stage number 2 of the 2022 NORCTONA 500. Green flag is back out. David Shutt putting in work on that top side. Cody Miller down low. Those are your line leaders as we work past the backstretch. And Miller has just dropped off. Now, he does have that damage from Freddie De La Rosa earlier in the race. I wonder if that impacted this restart, because previously, Emerson, we've seen the bottom side be dominant from the top of the green.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just the alliance is up there, and everybody just, like, knowing what they're doing right off the bat. The inside lane maybe not as organized, not as well put together.
Oh my
As
goodness.
like, wow, what a bobble, what a catch from Cody Miller there. And here comes Sean Williams dropping down to the inside. He's going for the race lead. Shutt tried to join him, but couldn't. Now he's going to get shoved.
Does Sean Williams have enough of a run to shoot back up to the top side? No, he does not. Now, car goes 3 wide there in the middle of the racetrack, but Shutt continues to lead with a push from Falkingham.
That was James Simmons through the middle for a moment. Now John Barry gets back rolling on the top side. David Shutt has taken Terrell Baker's place. TCB is much further back in this field now, about 11th position. And now you have the 89 car leading that bottom side. Cody Miller going to assist. Patrick Colby has joined the fight. First time we've said that name, I think, this evening, as he rides third in line on the bottom.
Patrick Colby trying to work his way forward with now Sean Williams and Cody Miller. Look at his head of steam on the inside lane. Tony Hilbrands and Michael Keithley trying to join this run down the back straight anyways. They're still chugging.
Look at this onboard shot from Colby. A good shot to the bumper right there to the 28, giving a shove. The bottom lane finally coming to life right here. And being the predominant line, top lane fades a little bit as 2 cars break away in this bottom lane. That's Williams and Miller out front.
Sean stays on the bottom. Shutt trying to side draft a little bit. And Sean Williams gets a lap lead on the 2022 NORCTONA 500. Does he move high? That momentum down low, that energy fading. Cody Miller drops back. Now he starts to drive back up through the middle of the corner. A Ford and a Toyota leading this bottom side. A Ford and a Chevy up top. Falkingham gets that number 5 car rolling, and Sean Williams stays to the inside and watches those guys go on by.
Yeah, that inside lane, it's so tempting, you want to stay loyal, to the people who got you up there. But, man, if you wanted to stay in the lead, you had to jump up there. Your line was not all packed up like the way they were last time around. And now you're going to see that as they start to gain momentum again. We'll see if that inside lane can re-energize themselves, see if they can make another run at it. But right now with Shutt and Falkingham, they are starting to tiptoe away. Here comes Briss as well.
Well, Shutt is the leader out front with Falkingham behind him, and then the two drivers behind Falkingham have been in a tandem together with Falkingham, and that is Howie Briss and TCB. Now a little bit of change in how those three run, but nonetheless, they're all three together up in that top side. So do you think, Andrew, maybe those drivers discussed it before the race? This is kind of their strategy. Those three want to stick together and stay at the top of the racetrack?
Honestly, I think they discussed it mid-race. That's usually how these things go in the NORC iRacing series. You don't usually get those formations sorted out, at least not up in the front before the race. Usually the ones that you see form before the race are guys like Jared Darling, Matt Hummel, Nick Northrup, Benjamin Miles, guys that sit way back. Those guys are generally the ones that have sorted something out. As you can see, the bottom pulling again. Sean Williams back out front of the field, and he's got 2-3 cars clear. Does Colby go up? Does Miller go up? Miller goes high. Sean's going to stay low. And Sean stays low. Teammates there. They don't help each other. Cody Miller is going to take point. And look at Keithley straight down to the inside. He wants to lead in the NORCTONA 500. Oh, Patrick Colby.
Oh, no.
Terrell Baker's in it. Anthony Emery. Zach Lindgren gets a piece. Hayes Booth stops. Tom Mercier stops. And Matt Hummel just doesn't even check up. Hopefully he doesn't hit anybody. I really hope he doesn't. He made that. Did he hit the wall on his own? He's already got some nose damage. I don't know. If you see a crash and a caution out that long and still power into a crash like that, we'll let you guys complete that sentence. But anyways, massive crash up front. And where does this all take place? Well, it starts off with the number 9. We saw that. He comes down the racetrack in a hurry. Assuming he gets turned here. Keithley went low. That's that move. How does Colby end up down the racetrack?
Oh, no.
Wow.
And then the replay skipped ahead. That's interesting. I have never seen anything quite like that. In the middle of a group like that, I don't think I've ever seen a driver so blatantly turn left, and it's clearly not with malice. He must have thought he was clear. I don't know how he thought he was clear. Watch this again. I don't know where he was going with that one. A lot of good cars taken out. John Barry, Jared Darling got a piece. A lot of really good cars got pieces of that.
A lot of favorites.
Yeah.
You know, man, and that's... I mean, I don't know. It does get a little intriguing when you're in a pack like that. Maybe he thought that Alex Lane had pulled a nice little gap. They're going to make a move for the lead, but, I mean, I don't know. Spotters, relatives, there's a lot of stuff to prevent something like that.
That's the most questionable move I've seen in a minute, and I hate to dog on him because it's clearly not intentional. He just thought he was clear, and I mean, never in a chance was he clear to come down to the bottom side like that. Never at all.
Yeah, I mean, there clearly wasn't a lane or an opening for him there. Yeah, you know, I don't think, Andrew, it had anything to do with any kind of handling coming off of that turn. I mean, we've seen that previously, but this car didn't look like it had the back end step out or anything like that. It looks like he just came directly down the racetrack.
Yeah, that's one of the weirder ones. Let's watch with Tom Mercier, see what he saw. Zach Lindgren kind of gets in there trying to check up. Mercier uses the gears, if you heard that. I think Zach checked up. I can't see a whole lot else, all the smoke. And here comes Matt Hummel. Caution's been out for ages.
Sender.
Thankfully there's no damage, but I mean, you have to let all of these cars back by anyways. That's a proper head scratcher. I don't understand it. All it took was somebody missing a shift and dropping down the banking, and not only is their race affected, but your race is done. I don't understand it. I really don't. Again, I hate to dog on somebody so bad, but that's a new one.
Yeah, in real life, that'd be very highly frowned upon and would not be allowed. I cannot fathom that.
Well, let's go ahead and, well, I was going to say dial up a driver. We can still dial up a driver. Let's do it quickly. Let's go ahead and look around. We've got, I don't want to jinx Sean Williams. He's my pick. I'll I'll flex my executive decision there. Let's go, you know what, let's wait for the next yellow. We'll have a plan to do it, and what we can do is ask all of you guys watching, who do you want to talk to next? Now, there are several drivers out of this race at this point, and the lists are going to pile up now. Here's Terrell Baker. He's still in it, so he is on the table, I suppose. But Michael Keithley, Patrick Colby, Dylan Patterson, Sheldon Lockie, Spencer Owens, Benjamin Miles, Freddie De La Rosa, Justin Gable, Cody Lamas, they are all out. And Jared Darling maybe as well. Well, he gets back rolling. That car is damaged, though, but he is on the table. If they're running, they are most likely on the table. It also depends on whether or not they are in TeamSpeak, but it certainly looks like Jared is available. So, that's your cue. Guys, if you're out there watching, let us know between now and the next yellow, whether that is in 5 laps, in 5 meters, in 5 hours, I don't know. I guess at the stage. Let us know when you'd like to talk to, well, who you'd like to talk to whenever that time comes. 70.5 degrees in the air, 72 degrees on the racetrack. It's a pretty calm day of weather. A bit overcast, not very sunny out there. We've seen moments where the sun has peeked through, but we will get this race restarted with some clouds overhead at lap 73 of 200. It's a 2022 NORCTONA 500, and we are back green. Down the Daytona Super Stretch to turn number 3. It's Cheney leading the top side. He's got help from Simmons.
This is going to be intriguing here. We kind of reshuffled the deck here and put a whole new group of drivers towards the front of the pack. Well, I want to see who kind of carries a similar aggression we saw to, fight for the lead like we saw before, or are these drivers just going to be content just riding double file? One lane will prevail at some point, you got to think, but this puts Cody Miller and Sean Williams back together.
Well, it might just be that bottom lane that prevails with Cody Miller down on the bottom of the racetrack with Sean Williams. Like you said, they got another strong car, that 44 car of Emery just behind them. That's how that bottom lane rides. But you think back to the top, Cheney on the top side along with Simmons and Falkingham. Those 3 drivers on the top lane now seem to poke their nose out front.
Those wondering, yes, Terrell is still in this race. Jared Darling's still in this race. Howie Briss, John Barry, they're still in this race, albeit damaged and towards the back of this group. We're watching the leaders as we work lap 74 on to lap 75. The top 2, top 3, top 4 splitting away. Bobby Cheney leads. James Simmons second. Even Northrop now gets clear of that bottom side. Anthony Emery trying to do so himself.
Wow, now the outside lane is really starting to prevail. Those 2 teammates still sticking with one another on the bottom side, but that's about it. They're still trying to get something going here. Maybe they're going to try to find a way in line where they can both fit in line, but at that, not a whole lot going for them. Now some cars dropping down in front of them. Are they going to still want to be on this bottom side?
Well, we're right on board right here with TCB's led 37 laps. The most so far in this race. The low, he's been back to his 23rd, obviously the high first, and he currently sits at 9th with some damage, so the car's still showing quite a bit of speed here.
I'm astonished, legitimately, ladies and gentlemen. This is, I don't know. I don't know that it's the year where he goes up there and makes it 2 finally, but he's going to stay in this race at least, and he will not go down without swinging a few more punches in this race. He is not going to accept no for an answer until he cannot move that race car anymore. It's Bobby Cheney leading, James Simmons second, and look at that bottom side. Elijah Drew Gracia, hello, good morning, welcome to the race. Finally, the 42 up front.
And look who's with him, Zoltan Herzog. Didn't he get himself a Daytona race win last season to start the playoffs? So he's got a little bit of Daytona success in his back pocket as well. He's going to shove that 42 clear out to the front. He didn't want to go up. Well, Zoltan does. He wants to go to the lead.
Yeah, as soon as he pushed that 42 car to the front of the field, now he leaves him on the bottom of the racetrack, gets that dominant outside lane, and those two battle for the race lead. That's Hertzeg in the top side, Gracia down in the bottom. Just behind them is that 24 car of Cheney giving a push, and Miller in the 28.
Down the back stretch, it's still Zoltan up top. Gracia down low. Cheney pushing Zoltan Hertzeg, and Cody Miller pushing Elijah Gracia. Hillbrand's there as well on the bottom side. Simmons up top. Look at the tandem get rolling for a moment. It seems like if you can stay locked, you're gone. But as soon as you have to modulate the throttle as that second car, that brings you right back to the field, Emerson. Learning a lot. Even we up top are learning a lot about how these cars are going to draft.
Absolutely. I've already learned so much. I can't wait to implement when the NASCAR Racing Series starts up again with Daytona. It'll be fun in these next gen cars. But at that, this is a lot to take in. And these drivers, they don't have that much experience with this draft package in these cars at Daytona. It just got updated on Wednesday. They're learning as they go as well.
Well, they've done quite the job doing that learning, like you said, Emerson. And other than the two cautions we've had so far, a pretty clean race. Drivers making some smart moves. That outside lane's got the numbers. I would expect for it to stay the dominant line right now as they look for the trial of complete lap number 78.
Now, Emerson, you mentioned the success in Season 13 for Zoltan Hertzeg here at the Daytona International Speedway. If you go back to the first running of the NORC Classic last February, yep, it was Zoltan Hertzeg who won that race. Was it February or was it January? It was. Well, anyways, it was way back last year. I'm trying to find it. I know I can find it somewhere, but anyways, regardless, he won that race. It was a duel between he and Femi Olot. Came down to the start-finish line on the last lap. Zoltan Hertzeg won it. He's won here at Daytona before in the NORC Racing Series multiple times now. I wouldn't count him out, certainly, as we work lap 79 on to lap 80. I do also want to mention some stats coming into this race. As far as laps led, and TCB has added a bunch to this already this evening, he came in with more than twice the laps led of any other driver in the 2022 NORC Speedweeks. He had 66 laps led. Next up behind that, Ashley Molyneux at 32. She's not in this race this evening. Next up behind that, Howie Briss and Daniel Falkingham and Femi Olot all tied at 30.
Well, that's intriguing. We've seen those, all three of those, well, we've seen Falkingham and Briss stay together, and Olot obviously not in the race tonight. But we've seen all these names that have led laps continue to be the same names that have been up here throughout these speed weeks and here tonight in the NORCTONA 500 as we cross the 200-mile mark. Zoltan Hertzeg and the reshuffle the deck has a whole new group of drivers at the front of this field. But I wouldn't be too surprised if they can work their way back into this. I mean, so here comes Falkingham right now.
Yeah, Falkingham rides along. I believe he just dropped down to the bottom of the racetrack. That is Falkingham pulling the bottom lane here as they come down the Daytona Super Stretch. He's trying to push for the lead right here. And we've completed 80 laps, working lap number 81 of 200, almost to the halfway point. And so far, so good for these drivers in the top 10.
Lap 81 about to be complete. Bobby Cheney just riding in line right now with the Chevrolet out front of Zoltan Hertzeg. James Simmons, we don't talk about him very often these days. Neither do we talk about Nick Northrup very often. Matt Hummel's up here. A lot of guys coming out of the woodworks, if you will, for this race. And guys that were either part-time or didn't show hardly at all, if at all, in Season 12 or Season 13 of the NORC Racing Series. We haven't seen these guys in a while, and we've got some lap cars ahead as well. Here we go. This is going to be fun. That is Howie Briss, along with Jared Darling that we work on by. Any problems for these guys as we work on through? It looks like the answer to that is no.
Intriguing. Usually you see lap cars tend to stay up high because majority of the pack is going to be on the bottom side. We saw actually a lot of speed weeks where lap cars stayed on low. But most of the time on iRacing, lap cars tend to either hit the apron or go way up high. But this time, the outside lane has kind of been the dominant lane, and they chose to go up high. Oh, no, goes Nick Northrup. Here we go.
The 54 of Northrup spinning. Maybe not. It is a yellow. There are cars crashing, but he does not come to a stop. And oh, Sean Williams, Elijah Gracia, two of the more recent leaders in this race. Throw them in the can. Tony Hilbrand's a lot of damage. Cody Miller adds to his damage. TCB, did he add to his damage? That car's slow. He could have spun. He might be okay. Tom Mercier, does he have damage? Looks like he just checked up. He's been good at checking up all night long. Seriously, the best breaker award has got to go to Tom Mercier. I see him stop for wrecks all the time.
Absolutely. We're starting to see.
Are we French?
We're starting to see these drivers experiment a little bit more with the bump drafting, and right there was just a little too much there. I think Northrup was getting shoved here. It was Falkingham here, just a little off center. Northrup kind of moved up on Falkingham, and Falkingham didn't expect it. And Sean Williams, Elijah Grassi, the two hardest hits out of all of that, and looks like everybody else might be okay. I think Cody Miller got a little piece of it, but everybody else should be okay.
Without throwing Daniel too far under the bus here, Caleb, we've seen this before in this race, specifically off of his nose. If you recall, very early in this one, he got the 25 of Terrell Baker pretty sideways a couple of times, and thankfully, every time they hung on to it, but that time he just stayed in the throttle when Northrup was clearly off center.
Yeah, and both time it's really been off the exit of a corner, and that's when it can be the most dangerous. Right there, he just kept the throttle down, got to the inside of that 54 car, and drove him straight up the racetrack. And that's typical plate racing, and that's what typically can cause crashes in plate racing, and that's what they tell you to try and avoid. But the first time he got away with it, and that time he did not.
Let's watch this for Terrell Baker. The crash happens ahead. You see Emery react. Baker goes down to the bottom. There's the crash. And oh, Will Klein. How about that from Will Klein and Terrell Baker? I don't know how they avoided each other, but props there, gentlemen. No further damage for TCB, only a spin. That's good enough to watch back one more time.
Wow, along with Zach Lindgren, this is a lot of people avoiding wrecks by spinning. It's not a strategy I thought I'd really see tonight, but I might have to implement this.
Watch this from the nose of Klein's machine. This will show how close they got. Whew, that's closer than I would want to be at whatever speed that was. Well, this gives us an opportunity maybe to drag some drivers in, rather, as, oh, James Simmons has come to a stop on the apron. This is, assumingly, a drive-through, or not a drive-through, an EOL. But I don't know what for, as he gives all those spots up under yellow. Jared Darling now is not your race leader. Bobby Chaney is in the number 24 car. This gives us a chance to go ahead and grab ourselves a driver. Saw a few different votes a few different ways. I didn't see any unanimous votes. Emerson, you picked him earlier. I'll go ahead and give you a chance. Go ahead and bring in the driver of the number 1 car at Illinois.
Well, it's a little bit of a sour day so far, Jared, but still not out of it. What you see from your point of view in that wreck that you did get into?
Yeah, that was 2 yellows ago. I just tried to stop and the car didn't. So, yeah, the brakes on these things kind of suck. That's kind of what you're seeing a lot, it looks like, when these wrecks happen. And kind of sucked because at that moment I was starting to fall to the back to kind of relax, and they wrecked as I was doing that. So I didn't think I had a lot of damage, but I didn't hit that hard, but I guess I did. So I'm pretty down on speed right now. So just going to stay in it, though. It's a long race, and I think everybody will wreck. So.
It was intriguing because we saw you kind of mix it up towards the front of the pack, which we don't normally see you do. Was that kind of just wanting to enjoy, the last race here with NORC, or really experiment with these next gen cars, or what kind of prompted you to move forward?
Yeah, kind of all of what you said there. I wanted to practice, really. I haven't first time driving this car to plate track since the update, and yeah, it's the last race. You want to have fun, I don't want to just ride around like last week and then get wrecked anyway. So, yeah, I just decided to go up there and have some fun in front, and it was pretty fun actually until we wrecked. It was a lot of fun.
Well, we're coming to the race there here. We'll leave you to it. Best luck to you, driver, and hopefully we're talking to you a little bit later.
All right, thank you.
Jared Darling, ordered with him there under yellow as everybody gets brought back together. James Simmons is up front. Lap 86 becomes lap 87, back green. Off the banking of turn number 2 down the Daytona Super Stretch. Cheney leads, shut second, and the bottom side disintegrates. The bottom lane is gone. Here we go, though. TCB going to revive it here. Bit of a necromancer, it seems.
I like that. He's got Tom Mercier with him. Falkingham not in that same line as TCB. I wonder if just hasn't been as coordinated yet, or just didn't have the chance to get. Well, there he goes, right up in front of Daniel Falkingham. So they're still planning to work with one another. And look, they're that 4th and 5th car in line. I can see him still making some moves here.
Well, the race info so far, 5 cautions for 9 laps. But look at that number, Andrew. If this doesn't show you how well these next-gen cars are racing here at Daytona, 34 lead changes, and we're 88 laps into this race.
I think that number of 5 yellows for 9 laps is a little bit off. If I had to guess, I don't think that's perfectly correct. I wonder how that's counting that. That is a high number of lead changes, 34 so far. Are we going to make it 35? Matt Hummel certainly thinks so. Yes, we are. Hummel out to the lead.
And he's wiggling big time. TCB is not letting up, but Hummel will hold on, at least grab himself 1 lap lead. And he's going to jump up, Falkingham, TCB. They stay glued on the bottom, and here we go again.
Well, TCB now jumps back to the front of this field. He's got Daniel Falkingham with him. And we talked about Daniel Falkingham making the mistake of almost wrecking a driver and then getting into a driver and turning them in the turns. But one driver that has trusted Daniel Falkingham all day long has been TCB, and those drivers have stuck together. Now we find TCB on the bottom of the racetrack drifting towards the back of this pack.
There is a lot of damage still to that 25 car. Holding him back here, certainly. Aero, suspension, drive line, don't know what it is, but there's damage to that number 25. Certainly aero damage at the very least. It's definitely visual damage and could be worse underneath, as that bottom line dropped like a rock as soon as he took it over. It might still get back going. I think that car can still be pushed up to the front. I'm surprised Tony Hilbrand is doing as good as he is, though. In that number 92, we saw him in a couple of incidents this evening. Gets that bottom going again. The tandem gets rolling, and I think as a tandem, they can certainly make up some time. It's a matter of Hilbrand's trusting himself and Baker trusting Hilbrand's to get going and stay locked together. And you see they get there and they separate once again. I think you've got to stay together if you want to make headway as a tandem.
And TCB understands, he wants to get to the outside lane to preserve that position because of the state of his car is in. He doesn't want to take any chances down on that bottom side. He wants to go to the front. At the same time, he doesn't want a chance going and dropping down 30 spots. As here we go, 3 wide with the lapper. Everybody looks like they worked their way through. But TCB, you saw Hilbrand really have that charge. And now Bobby Cheney, now Falkingham, they drop down to the bottom. Northrop takes it 3 wide. A lot of action going on here.
Well, they do drop down to the bottom of the racetrack, and now TCB jumps to the top of the racetrack, and TCB is really trying to get back to this race lead, even with the car.
Man.
Everybody holds on after the contact made right there. Just as I say that, TCB hung out to dry on the outside, so he will fall back once again.
There was surefire contact there with Terrell Baker and Nick Northrup. That is replay worthy. That was something else. That was Interesting. Let's get a look back at it here from the blimp high above the Daytona International Speedway. Brought to you by Whiplash Simcams. Watch the Texaco Haviland 54 car. And that car is going to pop up in the air just a little bit, and that's right there. TCB through a block. That contact is all on TCB. Thankfully, it was very minimal contact. We kept racing.
And you're starting to see there a little grab bag of it, but I really do believe these cars are so stable now. They're able to kind of save even hits like that just because of the diffuser and the spoiler still being of similar size. These cars, they are able to be caught at relatively high speeds at that. I know I've seen a few drivers lose control of it, but these cars, they're pretty trustworthy. I think TCB felt confident even if that situation did happen that he wouldn't be out of it. He kept himself in it. Here he comes.
And there's a few reasons for that as well. It's not just that these cars have a lot of downforce. It's a matter of how they make grip on the racetrack. The tires are actually well wider. I believe it's 2 inches wider on each tire, around that number anyways. That's a lot more mechanical grip, and sure, they lost sidewall, but they gained tire width, tread width, and that's a lot of grip being put down to the asphalt, Caleb. Along with that, they're now a symmetrically built car, which means they're relying less on that aero, that side force, that aero grip, if you will, from, excuse me, trying to hold the car at yaw. You're no longer relying on that. You're relying solely on your mechanical grip, the 4 tires at least to stay solid left-right. Now, there is still that little bit of side force you get just from naturally occurring, and of course you have the shark fin on the back windshield of the car, but it's completely different in the way this car heads through the air and makes grip. The flat, I guess the flat bottom side of the car helps it, the diffuser helps it a little bit, but it really is just a matter of increasing mechanical grip and changing the way these cars are built. It's completely different from ever before, and it's just a more stable, more neutral race car as a whole. At least here.
And we don't know exactly what it's going to do with these other racetracks, but right now I think with this more grip, it's allowed for better racing. You can make bolder moves when you got a car that's stable up underneath you. So creds to NASCAR and everybody else for this car, and I'm glad iRacing has this and we're able to see this Gen 7 car race tonight.
Here we go again.
Oh, Matt Hummel's gonna wreck Aaron Smith.
Oh no.
Down to the inside, picks up a bit of damage on the grass, but keeps the car in one piece. How about that?
No yellow right now either.
Well, no, it's on his car. Let's get a replay of this. Aaron Smith off the bottom side. Matt Hummel came from many car lengths back. Or so it seemed anyways. Zip codes from behind. So this happens on the backstretch. We'll catch up with things live. You know what? That's just a modified bus stop for Aaron Smith.
That was my guy tonight, boys. That was my guy.
Want to keep the road racing blood in them.
Tony Hilbrand's involved in the crash that happened just moments later. John Barry, it seems, as well. Aaron Smith stays out of it because of that spin he just went through. It seems like most of the rest of the field pretty okay. I don't see many other cars unless David Shutt is a new one. I think he is. Yeah, David Shutt is a new one. James Simmons is a new one. And Hilbrand's. Those seem to be the only cars that I see crashed in this one.
I think I finally saw the underside of an X-Gen car, though.
Well, we'll see here in just one moment. So where are Cheney and Simmons? They are actually, or Shutt and Simmons, rather. Shutt and Simmons are directly behind Tony Hilbrand's. We're watching the black and green 92. Shutt goes high. Oh, and Shutt just got him. Oh my goodness. Tony Hilbrand's be none too pleased about that one.
Yeah, Shutt just has such a huge head of steam, and I guess he tried to side draft Hilbrand, trying to get around him, I guess. I don't quite understand why he pulled out and got right there on the
well, and think back to last week with all of the blinking. If that's the same connection, at least, that's a lot of netcode. Wow.
It's one of the biggest 3-car accidents I've seen in a while.
Let's go on board here with David Shutt while this all happens. This is the roof cam on this number 5 car. And we'll switch over to the left front, at least in car. Just gets him. Wow.
That's scary. Facing traffic coming at you. Once again, Tom Mercier will miss it.
I do really feel for Tony Hilbrands in this situation. He was just minding his own business. Dropping back a little bit on the bottom side, sure, but minding his own business entirely and just gets blindsided more or less. Wow. Wow. Caleb, that's a NORC wreck.
Yeah, I mean that was as violent as they come. I mean, like Emerson said, to only really make up 3 cars, what a wreck, really. I mean, a lot of contact there just as we were getting closer to this halfway mark, and man, if these drivers could just go back and possibly get through that, who knows what those cars would have had at this finish. But what a wreck, Andrew.
And as Emerson mentioned briefly, how about Tom Mercier managing to miss another crash? Give that man the wreck avoidance award of the century. I don't think he's been in a single crash, but he's been behind them all. He's seen every single one of them at this point, yet continues to just soldier on, missing crashes, probably sipping his Dunkin', reading the latest about the New England Patriots, talking to somebody about Mac Jones, maybe the Red Sox as well. He's just chilling up there. Props to Tom Mercier. So we work lap 98 under yellow. Daniel Falkingham, now your race leader, as you can see there. We are going to take a quick step aside and be right back to you after a quick moment with our partners as we get ready to go halfway racing.
SoundArt introduces an entirely new way to listen to music in your home by combining the best of 2 products. A revolutionary high-fidelity, low-profile Bluetooth wireless speaker with beautiful artwork. Select from a library of artwork or upload your own photos to personalize your experience. SoundArt ushers in an era of invisible, beautiful, and amazing sound throughout your home and redefines your entire entertainment system. The need to reclaim your floor space and rid your home of unsightly speaker boxes that need to be bolted to the wall is now a thing of the past. Our canvas is printed on high-quality permalite by Breathing Color. And select from our gallery or upload your own. Standard sizes include 16 by 20 and 18 by 24 canvas wrapped. Custom sizing is available, as well as surround sound options.
Welcome back to the virtual Daytona International Speedway. The 2022 NORCTONA 500. Working now lap 99 of 200. We will restart with just a half a race to go plus 1 lap. 101 laps to go here, Emerson. And this is going to be a whole lot of fun. Caleb Gladney joining me as well. It's a 2022 NORCTONA 500 and we are back underway. Side by side out front, Falkingham and Miller. Robin almost turns Mel. Bobby Chaney down low, TCB, Nick Northrup. Emery goes up to the top side now, avoids that bottom and starting to lose steam. Will Klein is in the mix.
4 cars on that outside lane, now 4 cars on the inside lane, evenly matched in terms of volume. Falkingham with the shove out to the front from Bobby Chaney. He's clear up if he wants it, but he's not taking it. And halfway in the NORCTONA 500, that lap will go to Daniel Falkingham, barely over Bobby Chaney.
Yeah, just barely does Daniel Falkingham lead that lap, but still the 24 car of Chaney pushes back to this race lead. This is when it could be the scariest part for these drivers is right after these restarts when they're all bunched up together, but TCB still showing some power as he's tucked nose up underneath the tail of Daniel Falkingham.
17 cars left on the lead lap. The first 100 have certainly taken their toll on this field. That's almost half of the field out of this race, actually. Cody Lamas, Justin Gable, Freddie De La Rosa, Spencer Owens, Dylan Patterson, Benjamin Miles, Patrick Colby, Michael Keithley out of this race. Sheldon Lockie still soldiering on. Sean Williams out. Elijah Gracia, James Simmons, they're out of this race. Shutt and Hilbrands are in the pit lane repairing damage. And these are your race leaders. Bobby Chaney out front in the 2022 NORCTONA 500. This is the view, though, for Daniel Falkingham getting a mean push from Darrell Baker. It's been the other way around a lot of this race, Emerson, but this seems to be a leading combination.
And look at this power run down the back straightaway. They're towing Will Klein along, but Will Klein just kind of hanging on to this tandem that's starting to try to get away. You see the weaving from the outside lane, trying to do a little bit of side drafting down the straightaway. You don't want to be side by side entering the corner like that. After they were side by side for so long, now off the corner, Chaney and his line, they get the run.
Chaney does get the run on the top side, and I've been wanting to ask this question as someone who doesn't necessarily get to race with these cars or really any of the NI racing. Andrew, you talked about this tandem drafting. What exactly do these drivers have to do to maintain that tandem draft? Obviously, the car behind's holding it wide open, but does the front car have to drag the brake a little bit?
With the way this has looked, no. I think in previous iterations in the NASCAR Cup Series long ago, you would stab the brake a little bit to bring that gap right back down and try and stay locked together. And that would also, in case you're in traffic, help both of those cars maybe save a little bit of fuel, especially that back car, maybe lift off a little bit, and they would swap ever so often because they would get hot. The cars would overheat. But in this case, things have changed a lot, and this is a far cry from original tandem drafting, and at this point you've got to stay glued to the car in front, and the car in front has got to stay in the throttle. Once you get close to somebody and potentially run up on a couple of cars, maybe a little bit of traffic as a tandem is, oh my goodness. For the second time, we almost just saw Daniel Falkingham turn the 54 of Northrop. Thankfully, no crash there, but you've just got to go flat out at this point. There's no kind of playing exactly how you run the tandem. It seemed like you can run it together. And we saw this, I think, predominantly with Hilbrands and Baker. When they stayed locked together, and you see it again with Baker and Falkingham, when they stay nose to tail perfectly, they just take off. However, when that bubble builds back up, the front car does not really pull. It is really the rear car pushing in this case, which I think is a bit different from previous iterations of the tandem draft, and I don't know if that's perfectly realistic or if that's a bit of iRacing trying to give us the tandem drafting. Oh, contact, net code, and we're crashing up in the front. There they go. Falkingham, Miller, TCB gets through it all.
It's a big hit to the front end of the 39, the 20 of Falkingham, and that might do that power couple.
I think so. That 20's got a lot of damage after that one. They were making contact for a long time. Let's watch it here. Watch the 28 car on the bottom side. And this is netcode that we talk so often about. Discrepancies in internet connection and prediction code. The sim, for some reason, thought the 28 was going to go high. He didn't. But the contact was made anyways within the hitboxes. Sheldon Lockie, good job there, finally, of missing that one. Will Klein further back. I do love the passion that Sheldon Lockie brings to the table. He really does just want to go out here and run races and do his best. Still in it now. That is impressive in and of itself. Let's watch this from high overhead. Let's watch, I suppose, the 28 car here. This is going to be a pretty interesting sight to things. Will Klein checks up behind, and I think you were right, Emerson, earlier on, or was it Caleb? When you get on the brakes, it seems like either there's a lot of rearward bias or the brakes are chattering in the rear, and it sends cars for a spin as soon as they stab those brakes, stiffly.
Yeah, that was what I noticed with that. I believe a car spun out and they were coming to slow down at a second pack behind, and I think it was the 69 car coming off of turn number 2 had some like wheel hop, but I think you see it in this crash as well. Just a little bit of chatter there when you slam on the brakes hard. So just adds another, element, I guess, to these cars with these drivers, is that happening along with somebody running in the back of you and then trying to avoid what's out in front of you.
Look at things here as Will Klein went spinning to the inside. A lot of cars made it through that, thankfully, but obviously a lot of cars grabbed some damage for themselves. This is a chance for us to go ahead and take a look at some drivers to go ahead and speak with once more. In fact, a couple of drivers are staying out. Those are Bobby Chaney and Josh Robin. Matt Hummel pitted. Actually, no, he stays out along with John Barry and Terrell Baker. I think starting to try and save some tires. Interesting that they're doing that. I honestly would not expect that, or just not feeling the need to pit. Regardless, a bit different. Not what I would have expected here. Cody Miller, a lot of damage. You know what? He was next on my list to go ahead and talk to. If he gets back running, we'll go ahead and talk to him, but we know how emotional Cody Miller can be. We'll let him be, and he is going to get back out there. We'll probably let him cool down for this yellow. But this does give us an opportunity. Maybe try to dial up Josh Robin. And Caleb, since I gave that to you in pre-race, I'll give that to you one more time.
We're on talking to Josh Robin here. Josh, obviously a hectic race so far in this one. We haven't quite got to the end of stage number 2, and we've seen quite a bit of cautions here. Some pretty aggressive racing going on here after just past the halfway point.
Yeah. Thankfully, I haven't died yet, so that's good. It's been hanging up here, trying to take it easy, play it safe.
Well, you've done a good job of that. You've led 2 laps, so you've obviously shown that when you want to get out front, you can. You currently ride here in second. As we get closer to the end of this second stage, are you going to try and play it safe here towards the end of the stage, or are you going to try and go for the money?
Yeah, I think leading up to the last couple laps, I'll play it safe. But then, I'll try to go for the money if I'm in the position to do it, So it's got to hopefully position my car in the right spot or the right time.
Well, what exactly have been your thoughts on this next gen or Gen 7, as they're calling it now, car for this race so far? I mean, what are your takeaways? How's it been handling for you, and how different is it than anything we've ever seen before?
Oh, this car is terrible. I hate it. But you know what? Finally, thankfully, they fixed the draft package of these cars. It's much better, but it's a little bit new with the high side being like dominant and stuff. Running the Dale Jr. line, it's kind of cool, but yeah, it's hard to pass on the bottom now. But if you can get a good group of guys working together and make it work.
Well, you sit up there on the front row with around 13 laps to go here in this stage. Best of luck to you towards the end of this stage and for the rest of the race.
Alrighty, thank you.
That's Josh Robin in the number 8. And I'm kind of surprised that he's only got 2 laps led so far. Very, very surprised that he's only got 2 laps led so far. I would have expected Josh Robin, of all people, to, with as much as he's been in the mix, to have many more laps led than that. But he is going to restart this race from the lead, getting ready for some interesting stuff. I think here at the end of the race, we've got just inside of 20 laps to go. In fact, just outside of 10 laps to go when we restart this race. 12 laps to go to the end of stage number 2. We've not talked stage racing in a little while. A lot of cautions piling up here in this second stage. And the field is thinning very, very quickly. Down to 17, still on the lead lap, and a few extra cars damaged. Green flag is going to fly once more at Daytona. Robin took the lead. Chaney trying to come back. Up through the gears into 5th now. I think as a draft, you can get this 5th gear, but as a single car, 4th is kind of where you top out. A big bump there from Cheney. Now TCB going to take over the bottom side as Cheney goes high. Another bump to Robin there. Gets that 8 car going, and Josh Robin leads that lap.
Yeah, Cheney now staying glued to that 8 car. They're starting to open up a little bit of a gap. We'll see that gap once again recede. Actually, here comes Emery with a huge dive to the inside, but no help. Will he be able to get to the front? He gets alongside Robin. Here comes a hard charge in TCB, and Emery drops to the apron.
Emery will drop to the apron, kind of avoid any kind of run or trying to get involved in any of that, but TCB is coming up through the field with that 54th car of Northrop as they push to the front now, as that 8 car of Robin now drops, and he said he was going to play it safe here until these final closing laps of the stage, but right now he's throwing some aggressive blocks, Andrew. Doesn't appear he's playing it so safe.
No, definitely not. He's trying to keep himself in the race lead. Now he might be a little more content falling back as TCB right back to the point for the first time in a long time. Puts that 25 in the lead, going to move up top. He might have control of this race once more, but that opens the bottom side for the 24. 24-25 leading at Daytona.
That car may be too damaged to lead that outside lane. We'll see here. Cheney gets cleared of TCB. Can he jump up there into the turn 3? Cheney will get clear. Does he now take that move up there, because TCB is kind of really dropping this outside lane back?
Yeah, TCB, obviously, he's done great getting back up through the field using the draft, but pulling a line by himself necessarily has slowed whatever line he's been in. So he sits back there and I believe 3rd in line. Yes, 3rd overall with John Berry just behind him. So some strategy perhaps TCB is going to have to play to maybe set himself up in 2nd or 3rd on the closing lap to make a slingshot move for the lead, as you see him duck below the yellow line and more cars go the same way, but single file down the backstretch.
Single file on the bottom, that's the big story. We've seen the top dominant all race, and now TCB goes high. John Berry going to go with. Matt Hummel going to try and help. This is interesting. The only car in the top 5 that's perfectly clean is, oh, there's another big move from TCB to try and get this race lead. He's racing with all he's got right now. The only clean car I see in the top 10 even, aside from maybe Anthony Emery, is Bobby Cheney. There are not many clean cars left, certainly not many clean cars left in the front of this field. Josh Robin, a big drastic move back up top. TCB, your race leader.
Look who's back and racing for his own pocketbook, his own wallet again. John Berry's sitting right there, 2nd car in line. I think he wants to keep himself planted up here behind some line. See if he can maybe make a move at the end of the stage again to save himself some more money. Here comes a hard charge from Nick Northrup. Push from Aaron Smith to the outside and to the lead.
Aaron Smith, after being in that last, well, not the last, but the previous one behind that spin, has come back to life here using that top lane, but TCB with a push here from John Berry gets out front and he'll lead yet another lap.
A lot of good cars are staying back in a further group. They know a caution is coming. They're saving themselves for the end of this race. They want to win $200. These guys, though, they want to win $15. You make the decision, where would you go as Jared Darling drops down low? He is somehow still in this race on the lead lap.
I saw it under the yellow. He got back on the lead lap. I thought he was going to stay at the back, but he's here and ready to play again. Going at it for some money here in stage 2, and there is a lot of bent up race cars up here. That's just another one added to the mix.
Aaron Smith, your race leader. Oh my goodness, Nick Northrup. That is aggression at its purest form, to the inside and through the middle of Robin and Smith. Aaron Smith was just leading the race. I don't think he even got that lap led. From first to almost worst in this pack, Northrup now leading the way. Cheney behind, Miller behind him, and a lapped car that's falking him up ahead.
You want to know how quickly things happen at Daytona right there. Just went from first to basically outside the top 10, and he didn't even wreck.
Yeah, I mean, a quick move there for him, but the 24 car of Cheney follows in line, and they're starting to get single file here up on this top side, so not sure exactly if they'll stay that way all the way to the stage end, but right now just playing it safe as Northrop rings that top lane across the start-finish line to complete lap 115. We're on lap 116 of 200 now, 5 laps away from the stage end.
I do enjoy onboard shots at Daytona, especially with that sun starting to get low in the sky, really lighting up those clouds, the iRacing blimp high above the speedway. There's something about it that just, I don't know, tickles the heartstrings, I guess, of a race fan. And Nick Northrup is leading this race. We're coming around to 4 laps to go here in stage number 2. The top line starting to be the place to go once more. Lining up top. This is not at all what I expected to see in the NORCTONA 500, but it's what we are seeing. Northrup, your leader, then it's Cheney, Miller, Hummel, and finally Aaron Smith is back in this fight. Howie Briss is back on the lead lap. How many times did this field pass him as a lapped car, some 10, 20 miles an hour off the pace? He's back in 5th.
That's the NORCTONA 500. 500 miles. Something happened too early. Look at that. I mean, look at how many cars were involved in like the first, second wrecks of the day. We thought maybe their days were done. This damage model, a little forgiving, I'm starting to see here in these drivers. They're staying in it. Now, I don't know if Sheldon Lockheed's going to be able to get back in at 29 laps down, but hey, if we have enough yellows, don't count him out either.
Yeah, I mean, you see Howie Briss still racing hard in this one, down at the bottom of the racetrack, shaking it up here with the leaders. TCB has to check up on the brakes, and a nice job there by Jared Darling to do just the same. Is TCB trying to get up there and win this stage. He's got a lap car just in front of him, so bottom of the racetrack he goes, but it seems TCB has been able to make his ground up by doing a bit of this tandem stuff, and he's making it work.
That's a lot of wrecked race cars. Somehow it's still in the front of this field. Like all the good race cars that are left are hanging out behind because they know they've got gold right now in a clean race car and want to save that for the end of 500 miles. Even Bobby Cheney now has some damage to that nose. Let's see if we can get a look at that from Northrup's machine as we hit 2 laps to go in stage number 2. Look at that damage to the nose of Bobby Cheney's number 24. So even the one car that I had called clean a few laps ago is suddenly damaged.
Aggression. $15 hangs at the start-finish line, about a lap and 2/3 of a lap time here. And these drivers, they're feeling it. You're starting to see that energy in the pack start to generate. Here comes Zoltan Hertzeg from almost seemingly out of nowhere. Now he backs back off. I don't think he cares about the 15. I think he cares about the 200 at the end of the race. But, I mean, you're starting to see this pack start to generate runs that we're not even thinking about. But here we come to 1 lap to go in the stage.
Well, coming down to 1 lap to go in this stage as they work through the tri-oval and cross the stripe. We do have this 1 lap to go in the stage. The 54 car continues to pace the field out front. Northrup pulling Cheney, Miller, Robin, and Barry all in the top 5. Now Smith drops down to the bottom of the racetrack here for the final lap of this stage, racing for the money.
This is where things start to get fun. Runs are going to start to materialize. Aaron Smith backs out. He thinks big picture. Cody Miller starting to drop back. Is he going to mount a run here with the help of Josh Robin? Does Matt Hummel bring something here on the final lap? Guys, you're already in turns 3 and 4, and the leaders are still single file out here. Nick Northrup over Bobby Cheney, and it's a big gap, relatively speaking, to Cody Miller. Do we see some racing here at the end? Yes. 3 wide, they're going to fan out. Northrup covers it up. Robin looked high. There's nothing for him. Checkers on the stage, and it's all Nick Northrup.
What a run to the stage. I think right there we saw, I think for the first time, a tandem actually break a little bit away from the lead pack. And you saw how difficult it was for the pack to really reel them back in. They had to really organize another tandem to even try to go catch them. And they're just lucky this stage caution came out because, I mean, Northrup and Cheney, they might have been gone if there was no yellow on the upper end.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So Northrup, the stage winner here, completed 2 stages so far, and he kind of flexed his muscle, able to pull that top lane all by himself up there. So a good-looking race car and a stage win for Northrup.
McNorthrop made limited, if any, starts in Season 13 of the NORC iRacing Series. Comes out here in NORC Speedweeks, NORCTONA Speedweeks in 2022, and wasn't very strong in his previous showings, but now getting a lot of laps led. 7 laps led. That's a lot given the way this race has gone. A lot of lead changes. The lead has spread around a lot, and he's been involved in crashes. To go out here and still win a stage, even after all of that, is quite impressive for the number 54 car. And he'll come down the pit lane and get some service. Now, Northrop is not in TeamSpeak. He's not available for us to talk to, so that means we can spread the wealth a little bit and grab somebody else under this round of pit stops, under this caution. I think I have a driver in mind as well. Pit stops, though, 4 tires, fuel, that's easily the call for each of these guys. I don't think anybody goes outside of that. I don't think there's any reason to go outside of that, as your leaders are into the pit box or into the pit boxes. Well, Klein comes through. There's TCB getting service. Klein went through his box. Miller. Cody Miller is the first one out of pit lane. And that is who we're going to go ahead and talk to. Emerson, he's headed your way.
Go ahead and bring on up driver of the number 28, Cody Miller, who currently is now the leader of this race by virtue of that round of pit stops. So Cody Miller, it has been a wild race up there. The dynamics of the outside lane, the Dale line coming in, and the absolute shoves you can give people. What's it been like up there?
I mean, you're just trying to go like with the runs. You're just like me. I'm just trying to hang with people. I can get like a run going if I need to, but right now I'm just hanging with, wherever the run's going, which is usually the high line for some reason here.
Yeah, we're starting to figure that out as we learn more and more about this next gen, or I guess current gen now, Gen 7 drafting package. You've been working a lot there with Sean Williams before the accident. Have you kind of gravitated towards anyone else since he kind of got knocked out by his own doing?
I've been floating around Bobby Cheney for a little bit, but he already has Nick Northrop helping him, so I'm sort of just going to whichever people that I think I can, push to advance our position. I don't know. I'm falling asleep. I'm bored.
Well, you're going to be the leader here. Some people are coming in to top off, but what is the strategy for this final stage? If we go green with 77 to go, are you able to make it a one stop to the end, or you need some help, or what's it looking like?
I don't have a clue. I don't know what's going on. Numbers scare me, so I just go with the flow usually. Hopefully we'll get another caution. If not, then we'll pit at some point when everybody else says, "Oh, I need the pit," so that's when I'll pit. And we'll make moves according both in before that and after that to get me in a good position to hopefully, maybe, possibly pull off a win here. I don't know about that though.
Well, still a lot of time and a lot to unpack before we get there, but we'll be going green here with 77 laps to go. Cody Miller, be a leader here. Best luck to you. Hopefully we're talking to you on the far side.
I want this race to be over.
Emerson, I think you broke his heart. Tell him how many laps he had left.
Oh, no.
There is a long ways to go, and in fairness, you could probably settle this race in 5 laps, and the result wouldn't be too much different, aside from the level of attrition and obviously missing crashes, much like second place Tom Mercier has done. But there's no fun in that compared to going 200 laps and 500 miles. And there is that level of attrition. There is that level of strategy, trying to hang on and trying to outlast some guys, making mistakes and making weird moves that do result in crashes. And that certainly is the draw to running 200 laps here at the Daytona International Speedway for the annual NORCTONA 500. We're going back green. Lap 123 becomes lap 124, and that's just under 80 to go. Down the NORC super stretch, Cody Miller drops out of the race lead by some margin. Back to 5th place now as we work down the back stretch. And into turn number 3, TCB with Tom Mercier pushing him out to the front.
I thought we were done with this 25 car, and here he is back up here, leading this race. Tom Mercier actually has other plans. He jumps out of line. He's going to the front with Cody Miller and so Matt Hummel. And well, here comes everybody going on by TCB.
Well, I was going to say, Emerson, just as you say that, they all leave TCB hung out to dry here with 76 laps remaining. A 68 car of Tom Mercier pulling this field along on the top side. A nice looking paint scheme right there. Here comes the one car of Jared Darling testing the waters down on the bottom of the racetrack.
Jared Darling with some help maybe from Hayes Booth. No, Hayes goes 3, pulls TCB along with. Jared, I think, wants to drop back a little bit once more. The top side, though, 5, 6, 7, 8 strong. How many is it? Howie Briss comes up to help. Look at that top line grind here at the Daytona International Speedway. TCB back low. He will not take no for an answer. He wants to lead lines. He wants to lead runs. He wants to lead this race, and he wants to win it in 76 more, 75 more.
Everybody kind of darting around. People want to drop to that bottom side, but they know that they don't really stand a chance unless TCB just absolutely pulls a line with him. But there's got to be some sustained momentum here off of turn 2. I guess a little bit of draft from Matt Hummel might help out a little bit, but Hummel kind of giving himself up here. Here comes a huge shot from behind, trying to see if they can keep any momentum into the corner, and they might have a shot here. They're entering a little bit higher into the corner, trying to slow that outside lane down a little bit with that side draft. They're going to be dead even coming off 4.
Oh, tries to throw a block.
Oh,
no! Back into the wall. Big crash.
Massive crash, and finally Tom Mercier is in it. As soon as he tries to lead this race, his race is junk. There's Matt Hummel. Zach Lindgren gets through. Jared Wishon was none too lucky. Tom Mercier is destroyed on the front stretch. Wow. One of the underdog favorites as the laps went on.
Unfortunately, that was not clear.
And not by any kind of stretch of the imagination. A look at things here. Tom Mercier up top. Hummel with a big run. Gets that push from Terrell Baker. And I just... Nick Northrup gets a big piece. With Sean with nowhere to go. Lindgren thankfully misses it. Wow. I suppose the karma from flying through a crash in Stage 1 has caught up.
Fortunately, it took somebody who really checked up for all the crashes today with that. But, wow.
And unfortunately, this is just incidental at this point. It's much like Patrick Colby earlier in the day.
Yeah, I don't think Hummel went up there, with the intent to wreck the field, but he definitely thought he had the lead of the outside lane, and that just was not the case.
Well, I think this means for us, as we get closer to the end of this race, just more wrecked race cars, really, guys. I mean, this field's getting short or getting thin with the amount of cars we have that are not much damage.
75 laps to go. That's certainly never going to win the race. Making a move with 75 to go is never going to win you the race. I'm sorry. That was a little aggressive in more ways than one, unfortunately. And for somebody that's checked up really, really well for every single crash to this point, to now be taken out in such a weird manner, very, very unfortunate for Tom Mercier.
Jared Wishon, too. I mean, hadn't really mentioned him all day. He's been minding his own business, and there he is with a wrecked race car.
Well, we'll have 70 laps to go, maybe a little bit of change. Terrell Baker is now your race leader. Josh Robbins, second place. He's Booth in third. Howie Briss in fourth. And Howie Briss was the other driver that I had my eye on. What do you say we grab him here, Caleb Gladney?
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk to Howie Briss. Howie, obviously a lot of damage on that 97 car. You currently sit in 4th. You've led 3 laps. How's the car handling with all that damage?
If I'm behind somebody, it's great. If it's out front, it sucks.
Yeah, we've kind of seen that's the way it's been with these damaged cars. You've been able to make some moves through the pack and have those runs with the damaged race cars, but when it gets out front, that aerodynamic push just hurts these cars. So with that being said, what would you say your strategy is for these closing laps? Just kind of maybe try and set yourself up in one of those positions to make one lap run at it?
Maybe last lap shot. I mean, I think everybody in this entire field has damage. So it's pretty much kind of a free-for-all. If TCB wins this, I'm done. I'm selling my stuff.
Well, he might have a decent shot at it. I mean, when we started talking about how he had a lot of damage, but now seeing the rest of this field, his isn't too bad. But as this race closes down, do you think this race is just going to pick up from intensity this point forward? Or do you think over the next 30 or 40 laps, we'll see everybody just kind of try and find a groove and run along?
I think we'll find a groove, and then once we get under 10 to go, I think we'll ramp it up again.
Well, all right, man. Best of luck to you. It'd be nice to see a damaged race car like that parking in victory lane. You might be the guy to do it, so best of luck to you going forward.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully we can get her in.
Howie Briss going to restart from the 6th position or 4th position? 4th. As he lines up behind Josh Robin. TCB is your race leader. Look at the clouds building, creating an epic backdrop here at the Daytona International Speedway. Green flag on the way, and green flag is out. Lap 130 is underway. iRacing, kudos on the dynamic weather, the dynamic sky. That is a beauty shot. 71 laps to go when we took the green flag right there. We're coming around to 70 to go. Hayes Booth now looks high of Terrell Baker. Smart of him to stay low there for TCB. Zoltan Herzeg going to pull in behind that 25. A new race leader once again, Hayes Booth.
How about it for Hayes Booth? He has been absolutely clawing his way through this race and through this field, and he finds himself at the front. A relatively clean race car, especially compared to everyone else, very much relatively. Zoltan Herzeg, though, pushes TCB out to the front. He wants to go to the point.
He does want to get to the front of this field once again. Gets a shot from that 24 car of Cheney. Those two locked nose to tail, trying to get back out of this front of the field. Using that tandem ever so slightly. TCB can't get clear of Herzeg, though, as they work through turns 3 and 4.
Bobby Cheney vying for the race lead once more. Zoltan Herzeg back in this battle. Cody Miller ain't done. Hayes Booth ain't done. Will Klein is up here as the top two rocket away, and Hayes Booth decides to drop back from the most dominant line in this race. He got his lap led, and he decides he's done. The top two now, with the lack of numbers up top. We've not seen that much this evening. Bobby Cheney back to the point.
So what happened there, I think, is when TCB did get clear of Zoltan at the center of 3 and 4, he went up there, and that set like a shockwave, basically a brake check through the entire outside lane. He saw that outside lane disband. Zoltan stayed loyal, but even just those two, they could not outmatch the numbers on the inside lane. And now look at the front of this pack, as here comes Cody Miller to the inside of Bobby Cheney.
Well, Cody Miller using the bottom of the racetrack once again, even though the top side has the numbers. He comes across the stripe right here, and he's still stuck on the bottom lane, not able to make up any moves up there. But like I said, the top side still the strongest here at Daytona.
With the risk of jinxing every single one of the drivers we're going to look at here, let's start looking for some clean cars. Bobby Cheney looks pretty clean, a little bit of damage on the front and rear from some bump drafting. Will Klein looks pretty doggone clean in that 48 car. Certainly not the 25 or the 8 or the 97, not even the 74, the 28. None of these guys are clean until you get back to maybe, yeah, Zoltan Herzog looks pretty clean in that 96. I think if you go back to Zach Lindgren, that 85 is nice and clean. The 2 car looks good. The 44 of Emery looks good. And I think that's where it stops. We're talking about 5 clean race cars, and even Lindgren has the center of that rear bumper cover punched in. This is odd. This feels like the clash from a few years ago at Daytona, Emerson, where you start running out of race cars, and I mean, Eric Jones came in with the center of that car punched in pretty bad.
I just want to say, Daniel Falkham, he was like 2.5, almost 3 laps down also in this race. He's back in this mix.
Well, in the mix is a relative term. He's got Washawn helping him. They probably lost the draft, or at least the thickest part of the draft, and yeah, in the mix might be maybe a stretch.
He was up in 9th.
You know, good questions. Lap 135. We're getting closer to 65 to go here, Caleb, and you guys, you fared a little better with your picks. Jared Darling, Aaron Smith still in the race. Sean Williams 32 laps down. But what do you got for us? Caleb?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yep.
Yeah, watching this top line right now, you see TCB trying to get back in line. What a move right there to cut back into this line. Something I would not have said I'd seen today, Andrew, was this race getting single file and only being about 8 cars single file at the front of this field. With the amount of cars we had start this race and how many laps, but nonetheless, Cheney and Klein out front pulling this line all around the racetrack.
It stays that way up front. The first side-by-side is back there with Josh Robin and Terrell Baker, 6th and 7th. Do we have a lapped car? We do have a lapped car in this mix. Sean Williams, how about that? In the line with everybody else, and Sheldon Lockey. I don't know how they're managing, but they are. Props to them.
Not a whole lot of body work on this cars, but they're at 32 and 28 laps down. I assume they just put a new motor in them and
you know what this feels like, Emerson? This feels like the old days on consoles, and everybody from NORC should be very, very familiar with it, where you had visual damage only.
Oh man, that's a throwback.
Throwback Tuesday here on Pit Stop TV? I think so, as these guys rip around the Daytona International Speedway. Bobby Cheney leading, Will Klein second. I don't see too many changes on the horizon. A lot of the more aggressive drivers, save maybe Terrell Baker. A lot of the more aggressive drivers in this race are out. They're down for the count. I think you have to look to guys like Matt Hummel, Daniel Falkingham, David Shutt, Tony Hilbrand, some of the more aggressive drivers, Michael Keithley, Patrick Colby maybe, Dylan Patterson, Justin Gable. They're all out of this race, and well out of this race as well. The closest of any of those is Hummel, who is out of this race now by 12 laps.
War of attrition out here. This standing sheet is starting to look like the standing sheet of an endurance race.
Yeah.
It looks like the standing sheet of the Rolex 23
Yep.
this past weekend.
It's like we had a really large GT 3.5 field.
Top side, and Andrew, I gotta agree with you here. You mentioned a little bit ago these onboard shots at Daytona. As we just clicked away from now, we'll go to the speed shot. Even just as good as they zoom by here in the pack. If you're going to have a speed shot, it's at these super speedways where you want to hear it as we ride on board here with that 24 car of Cheney. He gets up by the outside of this wall right now and clean out front. Now we drop by to my pick here. Aaron Smith still in the thick of things, perhaps just trying to save his car to the end of this race.
Aaron Smith really just chilling back here. You see Zach Winger on the bottom side, Hayes Booth down there. And slowly, confidence building back up for these drivers. They've seen a lot of crashes. They've been in a lot of crashes. Most of them or had to drive through them. I don't think anybody has just straight up missed every single crash this evening. they know there's a long ways to go as Will Klein drops down to the bottom side, maybe to pick up Nick Northrup, maybe drop out of this top. Might have started to overheat. We haven't seen the same usual players stay in any one position for very long. That might have been the first indication of a car overheating.
Yeah, I mean, most of these drivers, they've been jumping left or right, and they're able to stagger a little bit, get some air to the nose, but that was for a while. These guys, we were single file for a good little bit. I don't know if there was really a point to be pushing that aggressively, but maybe just at the rate they were running, there wasn't that much air getting to the nose. But here we go. This is starting to kick up a little bit. Emery's following Northrup and TCB here, trying to get something working on the bottom side. TCB dancing all over the inside lane, but he continues on.
Yeah, TCB trying to make that inside line work there, Emerson. So you're right on board with Anthony Emery, who's going to look to the inside of Northrup. Luckily, backs out of right there as that hole closed up very quickly. Top line going to get about 4 cars, single file. Now the 96 car of Herczeg will drop down to the bottom of the racetrack and get a run. It'll pull up just in front of John Barry.
Zoltan almost had a bit of room there. Look at that checkup. That's where communication starts to break down. When Nick Northrup is not in team speak and TCB can't, yell that he's catching up to Zoltan Herczeg, and if Nick can't see it through TCB's car, he's never going to have a way of knowing, as that was a slow Jared with Sean on the bottom side of the speedway. That engine, it seems, has let go as we work lap 141 onto lap 42. Well, we still got 59 laps to go. It's been a long, long race, and it continues on here at the Daytona International Speedway. A shout out to everybody watching along with us. We've been keeping an eye on tune-in numbers, viewer numbers, and they've been pretty high today, so we certainly appreciate all of the attention around this NORCTONA 500. You can join in on the conversation on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, the whole lot of them by using hashtag NORCTONA 500, and there you go. The lights around the Daytona International Speedway begin to illuminate. That is a sight to behold as sunset grips Florida.
I said in the intro, say it again. Beautiful, beautiful scenes here. The World Center of Racing.
That sun, coming up off of Lake Lloyd right there. It's going down. Lights are going to come on, and that's the beauty of this NORCTONA 500. We get to see what these cars look like with the sun beaming off of them. And now we're getting ready to see what they look like under the lights here at Daytona.
Nick Northrup, Bobby Cheney, your top pair, tandem racing. Here we go. The lights are on. The nighttime is the right time. We've got tandems at Daytona. It's Northrup leading, Cheney riding behind. The next tandem, that's Zoltan Herczeg and Terrell Baker. Now, Emerson, when tandem racing was big, and Caleb, I wonder how you can relate to this as well. When tandem racing was the thing in NASCAR, I was, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now, I don't want to make you feel old, Caleb, and I don't want to make you feel even younger, Emerson, but I never in my right mind imagined that someday I'd be calling actual tandem racing, and we just might have it here at the end of this race.
Honestly, same. I tried to recreate it so much, messing with NR 2003 INIs, and just could never get it. This is something else. This is truly something. Again, to some people, this isn't, that amazing of a spectacle. But again, to us sim racers, to us, racing gamers, we've wanted to see this for so long. Just realistic plate racing, so we can just say it. This has definitely been a highlight of a race to call.
Well, I'm trying to think, Andrew, exactly what year NASCAR started. I want to say it was
Falkingham.
Almost again there. I want to say around 2010 would have been when tandem started, or 2011, and it carried on a little bit into 2012. It was only for a few short years, and that's when NASCAR kind of cut the plug on it and decided that's not what they wanted to do anymore. But I remember watching it and saying, wow, this is something we'd never seen before. And at the front of this field right now, this NORCTONA 500, we're seeing a little bit of it.
I'd have to research a bit, but I'm pretty sure it even made its headway in at least 2009, if not even the end of 2008 when they started to figure things out, it was really just that COT package that lended itself with the wing and whatever else. I'd have to research a whole lot right now, but anyways, you've got the top 4. TCB is going to make it the top 2. Northrop and Cheney leading. Here comes Zoltan Hergzeg and Terrell Baker now with the help of Anthony Emery. Not entirely tandems yet, but oh so close a few times. Robin pops up top. Now pops down low. Zachary Lindgren is in the mix.
Here we go again. The energy has all gone to the bottom lane. They've split up, Northrop and Cheney, and nobody really going up there anymore. Zoltan wants to, but there's no one else up there. Everybody's now filed down to the bottom lane once again. Now, actually, I think Zoltan got shoved out of line. Now here comes the lane. Are they going to rally behind Zoltan? They're going to send him. Here comes Northrop through the middle, trying to go somewhere with Bobby Cheney.
Northrop splits the middle right there with Cheney behind him. Now the 28 car of Miller takes a peek to jump up in front of those cars, thinks better of it, stays down in the bottom lane. And just like that, here comes Northrop and Cheney back to the front of the field.
Oh, squeezing there. Contact maybe with Emery. I think Emery and Northrop just made some contact. Nick Northrop starting to race pretty hard here as the laps run on. Northrop and Cheney have been the more recent unbeatable dynamic duo. Emery, you going to join them, make it a dynamic trio maybe as everybody else falls back. Are we going to see trios? I don't know how you would. Yeah, I mean, I thought it took 2 to tango. Does it take 3?
Make a little bit of a triangle. You got a little love triangle going on.
Okay. Okay. Almost 50 to go here. The top 3 have split up. Well, have split from the rest of the field. This is a race I never knew I would see this. And look at this tandem. Terrell Baker and John Barry. This is a proper tandem. Driving back up to them. That is a proper tandem with the 74 and the 25.
That was, like you said, Andrew, a proper tandem is now they're closing back up. Whoa, TCB ducks below the yellow line right there. I'm not sure if that's because Hergzeg came down into him. We're riding on board, so not sure exactly. But TCB now, once again, jumps down below that yellow line. It seems like he's trying to get around John Barry rather than work with him.
Josh Robin pulls up behind, but a contact there. Now Revan gets up top behind Sheldon Lockey of all drivers at this point in the race. And TCB is down almost out of the top 10. There isn't much beyond the top 10 left in this race. This has come down to almost a shootout. Think back to the Bud Shootout days where we had about 14, 15 cars race. Yeah, that's about what we've got here is Zoltan Hergzeg goes down low trying to use the banking to his advantage. It's going to get ever more difficult at this point to make a run and use that run and actually go somewhere in the front of the field.
Yeah, and as the field continues to get single file, the drivers start to get a little bit more content with riding. They think about fuel strategy and pit stops, and the moves start to get less daring. I said it at the first stage, right? I think it's kind of the thing here as the inside lane starts to perk up again. So maybe not. But I was gonna say maybe the thought process is at least get the pit stops. But here we go again. Zoltan Hergzeg and Jarrett Darling making some power moves up the inside.
They do work the inside of this racetrack right here, trying to get that inside lane back out to the front of the field. Hergzeg's going to pull up to the leader side by side. He knocks his nose out front here. On the outside, the 54 car, Northrop and Cheney still locking bumpers, trying to get back, but give that lap to Hergzeg.
Season 12 champion no longer defending as Daniel Falkingham won the championship in Season 13, almost said 2013. Zoltan Hergzeg trying to lead this pack, and he's doing exactly that right now. Now controlling this race down the Daytona Super Stretch with 50 laps to go. The final quarter of this race is underway. It's been somewhat slow going in the last 100. We had a clean first 60 to get through stage 1. These guys started to race pretty hard, pretty aggressively, and, well, under caution a whole lot in stage number 2. But now we're starting to see this race come back to life. Speeds keep up. The average speed certainly has got to be back on the rise here. Lap 151 complete. And that brings us another lead change. 9 cautions for 17 laps. I think that number is still a little bit skewed. 57 lead changes and counting.
I wanted to ask earlier. I don't know if you recall the number from last year's 500. But
I know Logan Detweiler and Matthew Kowal were working that out in the chat.
Well, all right. Well, if we can get that number confirmed, that'd be great. We can kind of compare what the Gen 6 car was like before that May update and these next gen cars, and see if we're getting more or less lead changes compared to last year. Because last year's race, that was something else. That was, again, before the update that made the Gen 6 cars much harder to generate runs. So it was similar to this, but I think a little bit more chaotic at that.
83 lead changes. That's the word from YouTube chat.
Still a chance to get that.
We're working up there at 57 now.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing going against that is just the number of race cars left in this race. But with them staying double file like this, you know, swapping it back and forth, you may just see that.
I could sit here and listen to these cars all day. I really could. I really could. As these guys work around turns 3 and 4, TCB now going to look high of Jared Darling. Going to bring Nick Northrup along with. Zoltan Hergzeg hesitates a little bit, stays low, going to lead this lap, but at what cost?
I think that was a big picture move. Zoltan probably wanted to go up there, but I mean, understands he's got a clean car. We still have a pit stop to go.
Yep.
He's A-okay.
If not 2.
That's
We restarted this race with just under 80 laps to go. Usually a fuel run comes down to anywhere from 36 to 41 laps. It depends on the car. It depends on the way the run goes. I know we've had, at least one yellow in this stage, but it's still close. If any of these guys stayed out, and I think Robin and Baker actually did. They have stayed on the racetrack. They saved fuel, obviously, under that yellow, but is it enough?
Yeah, and that's something that we're going to have to watch, and that leads me to a question here. When these cars go under yellow, you know, the normal Cup car, they shut these cars off, and that's how they save fuel. Is that the same way that it's done with these cars?
Same thing, absolutely. They put the clutch in. They don't have to shut the car off necessarily. Putting the clutch in saves quite a bit, if not about the same, with the way iRacing calculates that. You can also, of course, put it in a neutral, turn the car off, whatever. And here under green, you're saving a lot just by lifting. Anytime that you're able to lift off the throttle, that is saving fuel. You're burning less. So just controlling that fuel burn is pretty big, and will certainly get you a lap or two. It won't be a ton, but excuse me, it's definitely a lap or two. It's a lot like on a road course, or really even a mile and a half, lifting and coasting into a corner, backing up the corner, lifting, coasting, using a little less brake. You can do the same thing. Save a lot of fuel. These guys do it too, even under green flag. And what we're seeing here is the bottom side. Big run here from Zoltan Hergzeg, Terrell Baker, Jared Darling, even Josh Robin. Robin now going to look high of the Phoenix Designs 1 car. Baker going to go up high. Does he look low as Zoltan blocks? No, he stays in line. New leaders out front.
For how long? Here comes the 54 to 24 coming once again. TCB drops down low. Northrup wants to set it up the middle, 3 wide.
If that doesn't show you that 54 car's got a good race car, Northrup's got a good race car under him, then I don't know what does. Splits the field 3 wide, bringing his partner with him, Shaney, to the front of this field, and they're back out front leading this one.
Lap 157. Getting closer and closer to our fuel number to the end. You want to hit at least 160 if any fuel calculations are any kind of the same from previous generations of these race cars. And Emerson, I think that's the number these guys are looking for. Even Revan mentioned 40 laps earlier on. If you get past 160, you go ahead and pit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be close. So the initial stage restart was like with 77, and that stretch, good 2 to 4 laps. If you're able to save, now with the Gen 6 cars, you were able to, if you had no interest in getting to the front, you were able to ride quarter throttle all the way around, and that saved a lot of fuel. But these guys, they're able to really slam each other. I think there's a lot more on throttle time in these cars in this pack, even if you're not trying to get to the front.
Well, Cheney and Northrop have made it clear that they want to stay at the front of this field and command this race. And I think even after we get through pit stops, you're going to see that same aggressiveness. Those two cars kind of staying together, where whether it's Cheney out front or Northrop out front, both these drivers now, it almost looked like Northrop was going to peek to the middle there and try and pass his partner Cheney. But both those drivers on the outside and staying together for the better portion of this race.
The pack is changing. The pack is evolving with every single corner, every single lap. Miller went high. Robin went to protect. Now back to the bottom side in front of John Barry. Revin now brings a pretty good run to the front of this field. Looks up high. Robin defends. Swerving a little bit through 1 and 2. We're coming up to 41 laps to go this next time by the stripe. Now Terrell Baker goes up high. There is no formed line anymore. There is no formed pack. This is a matter of go after it, see what you can get. And you know which lines work and don't, but that's about it. As TCB goes low, Robin tries to defend, and no dice. Oh my goodness. TCB tried to block that time out of 4. Robin barely got to his outside. Hangs on to the race lead, does TCB, but just barely. Robin with a run to the outside out of the tri-oval. Going to bring Cody Miller, going to bring Aaron Smith. 41 to go.
I just cannot. Oh, I guess I can believe that there's this much energy in the pack, but if pit stops truly are approaching, and there's not really a move to get this pack single file, it is going to be an insane entry to pit lane off of turn 4.
And if these guys ever tried that in the next gen car, we know brakes aren't what they used to be.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the brakes are different, and this is going to be, you didn't see many guys trying to practice that during this early practice session, so this is going to be new so far. They've kind of had to dodge that bullet since we've had cautions that have enabled them to pit, but if things keep shaking out the way they are, looks like they're going to have to test the water for the green flag pit stop pretty soon.
Zoltan Herczeg doing a lot of lifting now as he's dropped back in the pack. You saw him drop onto the apron last time. Doing a lot of saving back here as the guys up front start to race once again. They just will not let it rest. Here we go, side by side once more. 40 laps to go. The pit window, we believe, is opened wide open at this point. More wide open than Terrell Baker on the backstretch.
PCB holding station still out there. Good works to the bottom, no moves to the apron just yet. We're starting to get into that window where they can make it on one stop. It's getting close.
Obviously, the tires are pretty worn here, so we're going to see definitely more than likely 4 tires here. And like you said, Emerson, going to get us all the way to the end of this race if they can just get to pit road one more time. And I'd have to say between now and lap 165, you're going to see drivers. I feel like that would be go time for these pit stops.
Recall the truck race where I mentioned when these guys start to line up on the bottom, that's when they're starting to think about pit stops. The entire field now lined up on the bottom aside from Zoltan Herczeg and Sheldon Lockie. They're starting to think. They're starting to figure out their number. These guys have a few laps to change, but if you're Terrell Baker, you just hit 41 laps run on this tank of fuel, albeit with a caution. Same for Josh Robin. Everybody else has about 5 more laps to go until they hit 40. This is go time, I think. This is where you make your money stop. Clearly, you can go about 35 to 40 laps. Nothing has changed there. The engines in these cars are still the same, even with, gear differences. And if anything, more gear ratios are only going to help you save fuel, only going to lengthen fuel mileage. You're able to run a few less RPMs, especially if you leave this car in 5th gear. Pit stops, I think, are certainly on the table from here to the end of the race. Maybe for the next 10 laps even for most of this field.
That might be the biggest thing, is the change in RPMs because of that 5th gear. And you're not really generating monster runs. You're able to kind of hold station at a certain RPM that may be much lower than what you were running at the top of 4th gear here in a pack, like in the Gen 6 cars. And the next thing you think about is how many laps can you put in your tank if we get overtime attempts? You need to make sure if you're up front, you have the option to stay up there and contend for the win. You don't want to really find yourself at the back of the pack. But then, I guess then again, if you're on the lead lap on the white flag, you have a chance for all we know.
Yeah, no doubt about that, and that's a great point you bring up of trying to pack these cars.
Pit stops, here we go.
Full. And here we go. They are pulling down pit lane.
Most of the field going to go ahead and come down. Let's see. I see Terrell Baker, Josh Robin, Aaron Smith, Sean Williams, Cody Miller, John Barry, Jared Darling, Howie Briss, and one more. I think that was Daniel Falk. No, that was who was that actually? Sheldon Lockey. That's who that was. Everybody coming into the pit lane. A few cars staying out. It's Nick Northrup, Bobby Cheney, Hayes Booth, Zach Lindgren, Zoltan Herzeg, Anthony Emery, Will Klein still on the racetrack. 7 cars stayed out. The rest of them all come in. So pit stops certainly opened up. Here we go. These guys are leaving. Pretty orderly stuff there. John Barry trying to go on the inside. That's going to be a problem for John Barry. Has he just spun? Yes! He has just spun, leaving the pit lane. John Barry, is that going to be a yellow? He gets off of the racetrack. He's still on the racetrack. He's going to tow. Maybe. He's backing up. He's trying to draw the yellow. The field comes through. There it is. Wow.
All right.
Well, that was interesting.
Emerson, are you in the session?
Yes, I am.
Does it show an admin thrown yellow?
It does, but I think that was for the stage.
How long ago was it?
There's been some pitting in, so I don't believe this was an admin thrown.
Well, let the incident speak for itself. John Barry trying to come up out of the pit lane. This has got to be one of the biggest 0 to 0 moments in a long time on Pit Stop TV, certainly. He's going to get a great exit at first. Rolls to the bottom, is passing several cars, then goes through the grass there and loses the car pretty bad. Now, my question is, where was everybody else? Were they pitting? Hayes Booth had come down the pit lane. Was he alone? Out the nose, yes. Out the rear. He came in all on his lonesome. That's interesting. And
he got lucky.
Yeah. Everybody else stayed out. They're going to have to pit and go back to the rear, but I think those guys that did stay out likely want to go to the rear, aside from maybe Northrup, Cheney, and Herzeg.
Throws a wrench into things. Kinda. I guess everybody who did pit was able to stay on the lead lap. So they'll more than likely cycle out because everybody else will have to come in the pit. Unless you want to come in and top off at that. It's so wild to see that. I was just about to say, watch this pit exit. Because these cars don't like that flat Daytona pit exit. But
no, they don't. I've found that out myself many a time in the NORCTONA 500.
Yeah, I'm curious. You know,
we'll just let this speak for itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
He could have been in reverse. He could have hit the paddles, dropped it in reverse while he was spinning. I don't know why he would have, but well.
Well, more of what I was thinking was just the cut through the grass there, leaving pit lane. It's really impressive how quickly that car got out of control once he got into that grass. It's like it snapped around soon as the car was in the grass. Obviously, aggressive trying to get out first, and you can't knock that. But man, this car it turned right around. Let's see, we're right on board with him here. Like you said, Andrew, a great pit exit. I mean, you see right there. And he cuts to the inside. As soon as he gets in that grass, you see it chatter and turn around. I mean, that's impressive.
He brought the revs up real quick. I mean, grass is like ice on iRacing, and that was just the quickest way possible to, I mean, well, we have just over 30 laps to go. Aaron Smith is now your race leader. Terrell Baker second, Josh Robin third, Hayes Booth fourth, and Zoltan Herzeg now cycles into fifth position. Anthony Emery back on the pit lane to top off. And I believe he's joined by, yes, Daniel Falkingham. And that's it. Falkingham 2 laps down. Emery the only lead lap car to pit. At least the second time through. Everybody else came in and pitted. Everybody else is topped off on fuel. But not many takers on these subsequent laps of yellow flag condition.
Emery's in that box for a minute. I think he's about to get lapped here.
He's rolling now. What I would honestly guess is that he went to review the incident, went to look back at it, and didn't get back in the car in time.
That's fair. I was gonna say I don't think he had damage, so he has to be either actually like get up out of a sim rig doing something, maybe use the restroom or looking back at the replay. Yeah.
Don't you love iRacing things? I mean, that's only going to happen in iRacing, right? It's, oh man, this is a sim. Sometimes we got to break the fourth wall every once in a while, but yeah, that is one of those iRacing things. Aaron Smith, your race leader.
How about that?
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. That's a fair comment right now. Sean Williams.
After him spinning, I was like, you know, I'm gonna get this in while I can. I may not be able to later, so.
Well, to be fair, the track temp is exactly 70 degrees. He's gonna restart on lap 170.
Magic, maybe?
I mean,
the wind was just at 7.0 miles per hour. I mean,
yeah, but the air temp is at 69, and the lap is at 169 right now. We'll see. We'll see. As Aaron Smith is going to have an opportunity here. Now, if there's 70 lead changes, I quit. 65, okay. 65 lead changes here. I think we're sure on our way to hit the record of 83 last year. I think we're definitely going to go above that, but time will tell. Car number 70 going to restart on lap 170. Terrell Baker second, Josh Robin third, Hayes Booth fourth. And green flag flies once again at Daytona. Two cars in this race, two drivers in this race have won this race before. Those being your, wait for it, can TCB get second? He might. If he can, I'll give you the line. I'm waiting for it here. No. It's not going to happen. Zoltan Hergzeg, a move aggressively to the bottom. So the only two drivers in this race who have won this race previously are second and third. Okay, now second and fourth. Terrell Baker, Josh Robin, the only two in this field who have done it previously. And as the field thins, they were the only two to start this race who have won this race previously. Their chances have gone up quite a bit since the drop of the green flag.
Most definitely, but so is everyone else's. This is something. Again, the driver, you mentioned it before. The drivers who have clean cars, they're sticking around, hanging out. This is the time now, though. Make the final pit stop. Do you continue to go at it? You know, the normal thought is to think, you know, we're probably going to get a couple more yellows before this one's over. But with the amount of cars there are in this pack, there's a chance this race just ends up being really, really spotty, because
I think you do exactly what Anthony Emery is doing. Maybe just line up on the top. You get up top and you stay there.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I'm with you, Emerson. I mean, could we see cautions? Could this thing go green? I mean, part of me's kind of leaning more towards it going green until maybe 5 laps to go. But here we are, 3 wide racing. I've been wrong before.
We've not seen 3 wide often, but here we go. Northrop up high, Cheney in the middle, Hergzeg down low. Not a lot of help for that 96 or the 24. The 24 is going to get stuck in that sucker hole, and it really has been the sucker hole tonight. You go 3 wide in the middle, and you're probably headed backwards. Your top 2, those are the only 2 in this race to have won the NORCTONA 500 previously. For Josh Robin, it happened in 2019. For Terrell Baker, it happened in 2020. Last year it was Femi Olot. The 3 years prior, 18 was Hunter Combs, 17 was Bobby Zelensky, and 16 was Marcus Richardson. Those are some of, they are some of the most winningest drivers in the NORC iRacing series. If you want to count up totals, NORC wins ever in the NORC iRacing series, or at least the NASCAR-related series. Marcus Richardson, 40. Yep, he won it in 16. Bobby Zelensky, 32. Yep, he won it in 2017. They are the two winningest drivers. Then you got Femi Ola, who won it last year. He's third on that list with 29 wins. Then you drop down to Daniel Falkingham at 4th. He's not in this, he's in this race, but he's 2 laps down. Does he hang on? Maybe. Maybe. You have to go quite a ways to find another driver on that list, though, that has won this race. Parity behind the all-time greats of this series. I think the stats go either way. Larry Mack doesn't know what to do right now with his trends.
What I do know is that this pack is starting to tighten up a little bit. Zoltan and Jared Darling to the point. TCB is still not done. He's fighting with what's left of that race car. And Northrop and Cheney are still trying to get themselves nose to tail, trying to figure it out back there.
Well, Emerson, I was just bragging on my boy Aaron Smith, but here's your guy, Jared Darling, sitting there in second. He might have a shot to win this thing.
I won't brag about him. I'll let him do his thing. I won't put a jinx any more jinx on him.
Yeah, Caleb, you better start knocking on wood there, bud. 26 laps to go last time by. One trend I do want to bring up, and this is something I noticed while compiling stats over the weekend. Previous 2022 NORCTONA Speedweeks races. Not only have the laps consistently gone up, the amount of cautions have consistently gone down. Now, obviously, that has changed today. We had 7 cautions, then 6, then 5, then 4. I've never seen a trend like that, let alone in NORC. The lead changes, however, they have consistently gone up. 22, 48, 51, 54, consecutively in order, just like that. And we're knocking it out of the park this evening. Here's 3 wide to the stripe with 25 laps to go and only 17 cars racing. Some of them aren't even in this pack.
It's pretty wild to think that there is only 12 cars on the lead lap. And honestly, you still can't count out Emery or John Barry, who are a lap down, because they got a yellow or 2 in their favor. All you have to do is be on the lead lap on the white flag, and you might just win it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. There's 2 drivers that if the car can swing the right way, it might work out for them. But the top lane kind of snaking up on the top single file, but then you got this second lane of cars single file on the bottom. So everybody just kind of spread out right now, buying their time towards the finish. And as I say that, TCB makes an aggressive move down at the bottom of the racetrack.
Let's keep hitting on these stats, or at least I'm going to try to while you guys play play-by-play. Average finish in 2022 NORC Speedweeks. I'm going to go from 10th on up. Howie Briss and Ashley Molyneux tied at 12th. Howie is actually still in this race, isn't he? Howie is, yes, he is 4th place with that damaged race car. We talked to him earlier on in the day. Then you go up to Tom Mercier, 11.75. That's not going to work out for him today. Femi Olwat, 11.33. He's not here today. He has other obligations. Cody Miller and Will Klein tied at 10th. That's good for 4th on the list. They are both still in this race. One is 3rd. One is down there in what? 12th. Then you go up to Sean Williams, 9.5. He's still in this race, but 17, 32 laps down. That's not looking great. John Barry, 9th. That's not looking great right now. There's one big outlier. Aaron Smith, the best average finish in 2022 NORC Speedweeks, 5.25. 5th position, and he is still in this race and on the lead lap.
Oh, yeah.
So with just over 20 laps to go, guys, anything's on the table. If there is a car in this race 1 lap down or less, they are still in this race with a chance to win it. Aside from maybe John Barry. I will go ahead and extend that. That car is destroyed. Anthony Emery, though, consider him on the lead lap. He's still got a chance if we got a yellow. Everybody else, the 12 cars that are still on this lead lap, every single one of them, a great chance to win this race. This race is still wide open with 22 laps remaining. We've talked now for some time. In fact, this broadcast has gone on for 3.5 hours now. I'm starting to feel a little bit insane. I'd initially counted on being here until 10. That has changed. I've been broadcasting since 3 p.m. and the prep goes on well before that. We're working on hour 8 now. And we still don't know at all who is going to win the 2022 NORCTONA 500.
It's been quite a day for you, hasn't it? With,
It's been quite a month. It's been quite a month.
That's fair. Just today, you have the 4 races with the Miatas, and then 200 laps, 500 miles at Daytona. It's quite a combo.
I'm counting broadcasts here in the month of January alone. I'll let you guys do your thing, but I'm going to count this, and I'm going to give you a number here in just a moment.
All right. Well, we'll wait on that number, but while we wait, Northrop leads with Cheney, the guy who's been with him all race long, up inside that top lane. TCB once again jumps down to the bottom of the racetrack. Emerson, what do you think TCB is going to have to do if he's going to?
Oh, Jared Darling! You're kidding me!
Crash.
You are kidding me!
No, well, I hope that wasn't turn Jared Darling into the outside wall.
Wow.
Hard wreck.
Oh,
I misclicked a very old graphic, if you saw it, while that all happened, trying to rush over to the one. That's how hard that was. We'll just say it jarred the studio here. That was huge. Terrell Baker with contact here to Jared Darling, and that's what's going to start this right there. Oh my goodness.
Zoltan Herzog takes a big hit.
I've never seen a hit quite like that, I don't think. The closest maybe was Kyle Larson in the July race here a few years ago. I want to say 2015, maybe 2016, where it felt like Air Credit won with that number 42 car. He went flying. I've not seen a crash like this at Daytona, iRacing or real, in a long time. Watch him get turned there. Wow.
I go back to his Xfinity wreck in 2013.
That was a whole different kind of crash. Yeah, a hit like that, though, where the driver goes in head first, broadside to the field. I think the closest to that we've had... Well, you know what? Actually, Chase Elliott did have a pretty nasty crash at Dega in, 18? I'm sure our local Georgian can help us on that one.
Yeah, I believe it was 2018. I believe it was when... Was it? It might have been 2017. You're talking about the one when he was in the Hooters car and got up into the almost catch fence. Yeah, that would have been 2017 because he was in the 24 then. So, yeah, 2017, I believe the race Ricky Stenhouse won. So, spring race Talladega 2017.
And Jared Darling, I mean, this is just... this will be a highlight reel for a while. One more time here if we get a good look at it. Yes, we will. Oh, my gosh.
So close to wiping out Aaron Smith, too. I get instant vibes to the Ty Dillon's wreck, Talladega in 2013. He was in the 14 car at that point.
Yeah, towards the end of that, the very end of that race, really, right, Emerson? When he got clipped there.
Casey Mears had nowhere to go.
Watch this on board with Aaron Smith. It's going to happen right behind him. Wow.
What a hit.
I think Jared is definitely thankful he doesn't have a motion rig. He wasn't actually in the car. This is iRacing. It's just the car and maybe his wrist, maybe his wheel that feel the brunt of that.
Well, both of you guys have kind of talked about which race you kind of think reminded you of that. I'm going to have to say 2008, Kyle Busch spinning off the nose of Tony Stewart.
Yep.
Head on into the wall. The weight, the back end stood up after that, and then more contact after. That's the one it reminded me of.
Well, work caution number 11. And that is definitely a stark difference from what we've had as far as our trend coming into this one. You recall it was 7-6-5-4. I don't know how you get a straight like that when you're not playing poker, but regardless, Nick Northrup will lead us back to the green flag. Bobby Chaney, second place. Cody Miller, third. Howie Briss is still in this. Terrell Baker, Josh Robin, they're still in this. Now, I know a lot of you guys are going to want us to talk to Terrell Baker as we get down to the end of this race, and probably wish we had it or this yellow. But if I learned any one thing from this NORC iRacing series and covering it, it's that when you get Terrell Baker out front, or at least close to out front, or at least competitive, this late in the race, you don't talk to him. You do not bring that evil upon yourself, Ricky Bobby. You do not interview Terrell Baker, the fan favorite of this field. You don't. You just don't. I'm sorry, but you just don't. That's the one thing I learned at the truck race, and look at that. He went on to win it. So we're going to let him control his destiny. I'm not getting involved in that personally. I don't know about you guys, but I don't need that riot outside my house if I become the one to jinx TCB at the NORCTONA 500. Just inside of 20 laps to go. Just, in fact, over 15 laps remaining in the 2022 running of the NORCTONA 500. Green flag is out. Northrup with a fantastic restart. Two by two by two by two. The ants do not go marching one by one this evening. It's 2 by 2 around the Daytona International Speedway. Cody Miller now leads. Terrell Baker pushing. That could be a killer combo as the laps wind down. Hayes Booth down to the bottom side of the racetrack.
Well, hello, Hayes. Introducing yourself to the front. Unfortunately, no one decided to go with. He's going to be a lone soldier fighting on that inside lane. He does have, well, the shortest way around the racetrack. That's about all he's got going for him. Here comes Northrup, who's, well, he's not going to push. He's going to go to the middle, and he's going to, well, send Hayes Booth packing. Trying to bring Zach Lindgren with him.
Yeah, Zach Lindgren going to go with the 54 car Northrup, but Hayes Booth, for his short stint up there at the front of the field, it appears he has one of the cleaner race cars with the least amount of damage on it in this field, so we'll have to see if that helps him later on in these closing laps here. As we see a car drop down this bottom line, going to get a run there. I believe that's TCB pulling this bottom line, and it is, as he will lead that lap.
Now, I wish I would have thought ahead as far as Zach running this race and you know, getting a camera in that room across the house. Because if you don't know, we're roommates, and I'd love to see what he's doing at this point, how this feels from his point of view, and if he's able to drive to the front here. He goes to the inside of Northrup, brings a little bit of energy. I say that, brings no energy, because Chaney and Northrup get linked back together. The nearest help for Zach is back there in Sean Williams and Sheldon Lockie. As much as those guys are nice guys, it's not going to work here. We're getting closer to, well, that was 15 to go, getting closer to 10 to go as we get 14 across the line.
Aaron Smith, Cody Miller, their third and fourth cars in line. Do they have anything for now? The duo that has started to tandem up here, TCB and Josh Robin. Robin all over the rear end there. He has to check up, and the inside lane gets another head of steam. Here comes Lindgren with a damaged Sean Williams and Sheldon Lockie behind. Trying to make something work way back there, but there is currently 5 cars clear on that outside lane.
Yeah, 5 cars, almost 6 clear in that outside lane. And right now, TCB is the one pulling that outside lane with Josh Robin behind him, along with Cody Miller. Those make up the top 3. Inside lane hasn't been able to make any headway here as we come around to complete lap number 187. Now, lap 188 comes up on the board. We're just with 13 laps to go.
Watching these guys continue on. Really, at this point, all we can do is sit back and wait. There's not a whole lot more we can do as far as prediction, guessing. It's just a matter of sit back, wait, and talk about it. Here comes Lindgren with the help of 2 crashed race cars on the bottom side. Energy going his way. He's to the inside of Robin, but he has no clean help behind.
I gotta say, Josh Robin really is trying his heart out. You gotta remember what happens to the outside lane when TCB jumps up there. Josh Robin has been an absolute saint to the rear end of that 25, but here comes Zach Lindgren with wrecked race cars galore pushing him, trying to get him up there. It's TCB and Zach Lindgren neck and neck at the front of the pack.
Was the junkyard lane down on the bottom of the racetrack with Zach Lindgren with a clean race car pulling those cars just behind him. He gets clear out front. TCB up in the outside lane, but right now give way to Zach Lindgren out front.
The 85 car finally leading laps. Only led a few back in NORC Season 13. A handful. And where did they come? The iRacing Super Speedway. We come back to a Super Speedway, the Daytona International Speedway, and he has now put 2 cars that are not on the lead lap between he and his nearest competition. He's got a 2/10 of a second lead and growing potentially across the line that time, 11 laps to go.
And now what was left of that outside lane, which was being led by TCB, has since dissipated. Northrop has lost Bobby Chaney. They're separated by about 3 cars. And so right now, Zach Lindgren is, at the moment, with 11 laps to go, very much in command of this race.
Well, he set himself up for that. As we see the outside lane, I believe that's the 2 car of Hayes Booth that will jump to that outside lane. He set himself up for this, pulling these cars on the bottom of the racetrack, and this might be the line he runs to the finish of this one.
As you can see, bottom right of your screen, that is Zach Lindgren's Twitch stream right now. He's cruising along. You can see a bit of him down there. That's something set up on the fly, certainly, as well. 10 laps to go at Daytona in the 2022 NORCTONA 500. Look at Hayes Booth with that run. Now, there will be a bit of a delay between that stream and real picture for us, but that's a look at how things look for one of the drivers leading the show, or at least trying to lead the show. Blocks now, there they go!
Oh, no!
Hayes Booth with a block, and that's the end of Bobby Chaney's luck.
Not about anyone left.
You know who did get on through?
Zach Lindgren.
He's gonna hate me for not picking him pre-race. Terrell Baker, a lot of damage. Nick Northrup, a lot of damage. Hayes Booth, he gets some rear end damage. Howie Briss, car's destroyed. Will Klein gets through. Are you kidding me? Aaron Smith as well. Cody Miller got on through. John Barry is about as damaged as he already was. Josh Robin is junked. I can't imagine he's happy.
Maybe Zach Lindgren welcomes he didn't pick him for no jinx.
Probably, because every time I've tried to pick somebody lately, they end up quite crashed. Now this is just some aggressive racing, really aggressive stuff out of Hayes Booth. I think we're inside of 10 to go, I get it, but you've still got to make sure you're clear if you're going to throw a block. It's a big run. He's bringing Bobby with him. That 24 has been one of the best cars out here all day long. He has got this draft package figured out pretty quickly. Watch this, though. That's not a great look at it. That's not even a great look at it. Just come... I mean... That's just a bad, bad block.
Yeah, not clear.
It's not the first one we've seen. Emerson, I think that's the 3rd time you said not clear in that same tone now.
Yeah.
Make it a sound effect. This is the look back from Hayes Booth machine. Gets bumped down there, tries to come back up. Just walls him. It's a lot of really good cars.
I think he felt maybe with the bump that forced Chaney to check up, and then he could get up there. And I get the aggression with 10 laps to go in the NORCTONA 500 for $200. I get that, but there's got to be a little bit more when it comes to making a move like that.
A big, big crash. It's actually one of the biggest ones we've seen this evening. Caleb, I don't think we've seen this many cars taken out in a crash in some time, actually. This is oddly large compared to what we've seen.
Yeah, and it comes at a strange time where we already have a bunch of damaged race cars. You can see.
You know what?
Oh.
That tells a different story. I'll take what I said about Hayes Booth back. He's still throwing a bad block, but that shows a very different story.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Look, the 24 Cheney's the one who threw a double bad block on that one.
I will take a lot of words back. I did not expect to see that from the blimp. I might be eating crow for this one. Watch this. I can't believe we didn't see this angle a little bit sooner. Cheney came up and he wasn't clear.
Whole lot of aggression. Maybe that's why Cheney couldn't check up. He was trying to get up in line as well. The closing rates with this new...
But at this point, I mean, was there even an overlap with the 24 and the 2? There might not have been. I think Hayes Booth might have been clear to make that move. I think Bobby's trying to let him up. He is. Hayes' block was fine. That's what I'm trying to point out. That changes this entire story. Bobby Cheney is the one with the bad block. And it's not even a bad block necessarily. He should have just stayed top. He should have just run the top line with Terrell Baker. Unfortunately, hindsight is 2020. But, wow, that changes a lot.
Well, I think your two cleanest cars are going to be the ones on the front row for this restart with Hayes Booth and Zach Lindgren. Could be a shootout for the ages between those two drivers, but still some good drivers behind them as well.
This has become a rather interesting race at this point. I really don't know what to make of it. We're going to have 6 laps to go at the restart. Wow. That's... Huh. There's no net code there, we'll say that. There was no net code in that crash. Booth did not cause that crash. The contact was definitely TCB and Bobby Cheney. TCB had the right to lay in the throttle, but yeah, that's unfortunately the result sometimes. One thing I do want to bring up real quickly, actually we'll go ahead and do it under green once we get rolling here, but we can have a look at Sean Williams' stream once we get racing. Green flag is on the way. We'll have 6 laps to go. Hayes Booth leading. Two by two. They keep at it here. Hayes Booth low, Zach Lindgren top. That top side's been best all day long. This is looking good for the 85 in the short term, but as you know, nothing is guaranteed with 5 laps to go in NORC, ever.
No, no, it's not. What is guaranteed is if you're on the lead lap on the white flag, well, you do have a chance. Zach Lindgren leading the outside lane. Hayes Booth, Will Klein working hard on the bottom side. Now about 5 laps to go. 5 laps to settle it. The inside duo starting to get a little bit of steam on their side.
I think they're going to have more help than that, Emerson, but I might be wrong. Is Hayes Booth and Will Klein, and here comes that help. Howie Brisk down to the bottom of the racetrack with TCB and Aaron Smith. Even top and bottom, side by side for the race lead with 5 laps to go.
Lindgren up high. He's got the help. He's got the numbers right now. 5 versus 4. Terrell Baker and Howie Brisk very damaged at this point. Now Lindgren drops low. He's going to block Hayes Booth. Try and pull that bottom even, and that's an interesting call. He's going to bring Hayes Booth and momentum. Now a block up high. Hayes goes up. Zach tried to protect and throws away the lead pretty quickly. Howie Brisk now at the brunt of that air falls back very quickly. It's a 2-car race up front for the moment. Miller goes to the inside of Lindgren. leaving that 85 out to dry. He's going to drop to 5th. About 5 cars left in this race, and the top 2 are 2 of the cleanest.
Well, we said all race long, the cleanest cars are going to come to play right here at the end. If they really wanted to, they could start the tandem and try to draft away from the rest of the pack. But here comes Cody Miller. Josh Robin now to the inside. He's got Zach Lindgren in tow. Now it's 4 cars on the bottom. Josh Robin wants to go high. He woes back down low. Here comes Will Klein.
Will Klein, who's already picked up a NORC race victory so far in this first 4 races, is looking to pick up yet another one. A NORCTONA 500, that is. But the bottom lane's going to have something to say about it, along with TCB giving a shove here to Zach Lindgren.
Terrell back in the fight. He's 3rd. Booth powers back on the inside. Now he goes 3rd. Lindgren back into the top 2. That's how quickly this changes. 3 laps to go. The last time by. Robin painting the back end of that 2 car. Cody Miller now powers by. Robin's going to ditch the 2. 4 clean cars out front. Howie Briss in the draft is somewhat formidable. Do not count the 97 out.
You can't count anyone out. We'll be coming around this time to 2 laps to go. It's Will Klein, Zach Lindgren, TCB. For the first time in a while, he did not drop down off of corner exit to go for it. I think TCB, he's going to be content there until the white. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe he sets up the run here in the 1 if he's got Cody Miller to go with. And no, everybody will stay lined up once again.
Everybody playing it safe on the top side of this racetrack. Now TCB drops down a little bit. A nice block there from Zach Lindgren as we ride on board with your leader, Will Klein. Down the backstretch, Will Klein out front, Zach Lindgren in 2nd. Here comes TCB with a run down to the bottom of the racetrack.
Will Klein's going to go down and help the 25, leaving the 85 to his own devices. Now Robin's going to go high and maybe look to run with Lindgren. No, he drops low. No help for the 85. Will Klein leads for the white flag, presented by Tucson Sound Art.
Double wide behind. TCB jumps out high, trying to go
Contact!
around. Will Klein, contact. They keep it going 4 wide in the heart of the pack.
Here comes TCB to the outside of Will Klein for the race lead. The 2 car of Booth's going to give him a shove. Now he makes it 3 wide. TCB in the middle lane, 4 wide through the pack.
Here comes Aaron Smith on the bottom. There is no yellow line rule. He is up to 4th. Anthony Emery on the top side. Hayes Booth has got the lead going into the final pair of corners in the NORCTONA 500. Emery, a run. He looks high. He now looks low. Hayes is going to block side by side. They're going to run to the line. They're going to beat. They're going to bang. Will Klein on the bottom. Will Klein. They all crash. Who wins it? Are you kidding me? The boy from New Mexico? Are you serious? Zach Lindgren! Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Are you kidding me? You can see the celebration. Are you kidding me?
Oh man.
Hang on.
Well, Zach Lindgren comes to the start-finish line, and he'll come and do some celebrating.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my God!
You see it there on the bottom right of your screen?
Are you kidding me?
It does not get much better than that.
That's why we love racing, boys, right there. The emotion for the NORCTONA 500.
Are you kidding me? I don't know what to say. I've never won a race in NORC. I've come close. I've come very close. Bobby Zelensky wrecked me out of turn 4 at Monza one time, coming to the checkers. I've never won a race in NORC. I've been in NORC so much longer than Zach. And that man, in the same house, under the same roof, just won. in NORC. Well, the stream's still up. I can't believe it.
What a spectacular crash, too. Do we get an in-person interview?
I don't know about that one. Wow. I apologize if there was any language in the background. That was the most excited moment anybody has had in a while. Yes, the replay is on the way. I can't believe that. Guys, I apologize. But I can't. I can't. Hopefully you guys can all appreciate that.
That was amazing.
Wow. Replay is on the way. We can't close the broadcast without looking at it. I just gotta catch my breath. I've been winded all day. I've been broadcasting since 3. It's been over 7.5 hours.
Gotta ask you, Andrew. Definitely worth it now, right?
As long as I get a cut of that money. Ooh. I still can't believe that. This is a look at it. As I catch my breath, my asthmatic self went running through the house. This is white flag.
See TCB jump out high there.
I thought this was race over for Zach.
Look at that 4 wide back there.
It gets better, it gets 4 wide again. All right, back into broadcast mode. Woo! DCB middle, Cody Miller there.
Look at Aaron Smith.
I thought here, Caleb, I thought you needed to go buy a lottery ticket. He got motoring on the bottom. This will be the first chance to see how things work out for Zach here. Through the grass even. Through the grass. Jay Cook, we need a picture of that.
Wow.
We need a picture from the inside. Our social media op, Jay Cook, one of his first couple of races. He's only done, what, 4 now? Jay, we need a picture from the inside grass and all of that. TCB, what happens here? I don't know. Will Klein, I don't know. I don't know. The adrenaline is still high. I thought Anthony Emery here wins this race. I really did. And I'm gutted for Anthony. Right here, I thought he's won.
Really good move.
Yeah, but with the yellow line rule out, there goes Klein on the inside. And just contact, side by side. Wow.
Spectacular crash.
Wow, that's NORC. That is really the way to send off NORC.
Absolutely.
You look at who finished second, just one spot away from picking up. Yep, one spot away from picking up his second NORCTONA 500 TCB, and in TCB we thought was completely out of this coming to the checkered.
If that is how it sorts out, if this is actually it for NORC, that's how you send off NORC. I can't believe it.
We did 5 of these NORCTONA races, and each of them had a thrilling final lap, but it just kind of getting better and better and better. Each week we kept coming back, and that was nutty.
There you go. That's one way to put it. I do really feel for Will Klein. He's been in this league for a long time. He's been in it. He's one of the originals. He's one of the OGs here. He's never won a NORCTONA 500. We know him as Will Klein at the line for a reason. He somehow wins these races. You follow Will, and you're probably going to win this. Or at least come in second. Just that contact with he and Anthony. And he comes tumbling across the line. He almost had a chance still to win it as he was crashing. It was just Zach Lindgren turning left into the grass. That's the right decision. And I know Lori Booth was out there. Lori, if you're still here, go give Hayes a hug. Go give Hayes a hug. He's going to need it after that. Yeah, he drove his heart out. I hate that we kind of dogged on him initially for that crash because he set that race up almost perfectly. He drove his heart out there to the end. Wow. 9th place for Hayes. Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm still coming. Woo. I'm still coming down from that adrenaline high and catching my breath and everything. How about Anthony Emery out of Texas? Anthony's been around for a long time too. Only has a couple of wins to his name here. I thought he had this at this point. Then I thought Will. Then I thought maybe Mel through the middle. They all crash. I can't even. Have you ever?
No. No, I have never.
No, I have never.
Before we go any further with tonight's coverage, just thank you to everybody. Thank you so much to everybody before the viewership dips, because it usually does. You guys should all stick around for these interviews. But if you guys do decide to close the broadcast, thank you for being here to this point. Thank you for the support. We came into NORC. This was Max Speed TV's league. Let's just put it that way. We came into NORC for Season 13 in the preliminary races. I've been a part of this league for a long time myself, not nearly as long as guys like Will and TCB. There's a lot of passion here. I didn't always fit in this league, but I always had some soft spot in my heart for this league, and that's why. Moments like that. And, yeah, if this is where you click off of Pit Stop TV, and even if this is the last time that you listen to a Pit Stop TV broadcast, just thank you. Thank you so much. IDK Player, you were out here. I saw Jack Mace. Logan Detweiler, one of the most dedicated fans out here on Pit Stop TV, and especially with NORC. Same with Matt Kowal. So many of you guys, I could go on and on. James Wormsley, Ed Kell. I know a lot of you guys have started tuning in for other races, other broadcasts. And to be one of the Davids in a world of Goliaths with guys like Race Spot, Podium, and etc., to have that crossover, to have that support from any of you, genuinely means a lot. Without further ado, I need to finally go ahead and stop wasting guys' time and bring in our top three. Zach Lindgren, Terrell Baker, Josh Robin. Two of the best to do it on plate tracks in NORC, and one newbie. And Zach, do you have a copy?
Yeah, I got you, bud.
Emerson says we should do it in person. I mean, if you want to walk in here, we can.
I could do that. You go ahead and mute me. I can do that. I'll be right there.
Oh my gosh. We'll go ahead and wait on Zach to get in here.
Nothing like it.
Unfortunately, I can't bring up my camera. I cannot bring up my webcam because it's being used in Discord. Buddy, leave the mic out of my way. Are you kidding me?
Bro!
I have 40-some starts in this league. I've been in this league since like 2018, 2017.
I don't know how that happened, dude.
Are you kidding me?
I'm so out of breath. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Same. I've been trying to talk about the back end of this race. Are you kidding me? I've never done this in person. Bear with me.
So this is new.
200 laps. Try and talk close to the mic here.
Okay. Right.
You don't have to get too close. That'll work. But 200 laps. You led 5 of them. You only needed to lead 1, by the way. But you led 5. Just about from that last restart to the end, and they got 1 or 2 earlier on. We talked about clean cars the entire race. Okay. Because after about lap 100, there were only 3 of you. Maybe 4. A couple of times, I want to highlight, I almost called you out for being in the front of the race and almost getting in crashes. You saw a lot of them. How'd you miss them?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Being at the back enabled me to like see the wreck happening in front of me. Really, there was a few of them where if I locked up the brakes, I thought I was gonna be in it. Oh man, I don't know how I avoided some of them. There was 2 of them that I should have been in, but I mean, when you got a clean car, you do what it takes to keep that car clean, buddy. And luckily tonight, out of 200 laps, we were able to do it.
Does Mama know yet?
Yeah, Mama texted me. Yeah, I haven't texted back yet because I've been too busy shaking. I mean,
does Dad know?
Dad probably knows. He probably isn't asleep right now because my mom was probably yelling a lot.
Do I get a cut?
I mean, possibly.
Maybe a cookout tray?
I'll get you what you want from cookout. How about a cheer wine? Cheer wine sounds good.
I'll take it. Legitimately, so let's bring it down here. This race car got an update less than a week ago, and this is the package that we're on now with the next gen car. It's not going to be absolutely authentic to what we're going to have in a few weeks, right? But it's as close as iRacing can get with the data they have. How does it feel? What was missing crashes like? Especially, we saw a lot of cars spin under braking.
Really, missing crashes was probably the hardest part, really. I mean, these cars were so aero-dependent. You could side draft hard. You could really manipulate the lines. You could really be a Dell Jr. and control the lines should you pull the blocks right. But as soon as you get these cars squirrely, they're so big, they're so chunky that they're easy to turn around. There was a couple times where, I mean, there was one point where I went sliding through the infield on the backstretch just because I got on the brakes and tried to whip it, and the car spun out on me. So, I mean, it really missing the wrecks was the hardest part because you're trying to keep the car under control, and like I said, with it being so clunky and big, that it's almost impossible to do that and miss cars that are swerving up and down and spinning pirouetting. That's probably the most difficult part of this car. But as soon as keep it clean, keep her nice and straight, she's a good car.
So, the end of the race, obviously we've seen 200 laps or close to it of the top side being dominant. How difficult is it to learn that dynamic? You go from everybody going to the bottom, everybody cramming to that double yellow line. Maybe you can make runs on the top, you can pass, but everybody wants to be on the bottom realistically. Now you gotta go to the top, you gotta cram up to the top side, get up on the wall. How do you manage that dynamic? How much different is it?
Well, that was an entirely different ballgame, really. Like you said, we're so used to the cars being on the low side, low dominant. We're so used to the cars being on the low side, low dominant, and, you know, as soon as everyone went to the high side and started running, it brought in a whole new dynamic. You had to get runs on the top, try to shoot it low, and then get back up to the top as quick as you could with the hole hopefully there. Like on that last run when I stuck to the yellow, I thought for sure I'd be good, and as soon as that high side came in, it was over for the low side. So it was a whole new thing, really, but it was a lot of fun to learn. I wanted to get up there and learn more as the race went on, but I didn't want to be involved in wrecks, so I figured running out the back, learning what the runs did from other people, and how bad the cars got would be a good way to learn.
So all this happening, what's going on in your mind? We had the stream up for a little bit. What's going on here?
So I thought for sure my race was done coming out of 4, if I'm being honest. Everyone was grouped in front of me. I knew there was going to be a wreck. I just wanted to do my best to avoid it. Let's see. Hold on.
We can go ahead and play it in a second.
Yeah.
Play it in slow-mo here. Half speed from here.
So, right here, I see Jared up top. He's my teammate. He's a lap down, so I know probably to stay low would be best. I see Hayes block, and then I see Emery go low, and then I lose sight of him. I lose sight of both of them. So at this point, I figure there's probably going to be a wreck up front. At this point, I've already accepted my fate. I was just trying to finish. Howie Briss slow on the high side, and then I see that start happening, so I try to shoot low. The 70 gets checked up, I get into Aaron, and then after that, I'm astonished that it just Noah's seed for me, just parted ways.
Casey Kerwin?
Yeah, Casey Kerwin,
yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, the seas parted.
Yeah.
Moses.
Moses.
Buddy, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I really do appreciate
Congratulations, seriously. I can't believe it. I genuinely can't.
5 laps, buddy.
5 laps. As low as 28th.
As low as 28th.
In a 31 car, 32 car race. Mm-hmm. Congratulations, buddy. Go send John your PayPal info.
Yep.
Congratulations. We'll leave
you.
that there.
Thank you. I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate the broadcast.
Yeah.
Everyone in the broadcast, I appreciate everything you do. If you could hear me, everyone watching, thank you for watching.
Go ahead and wrap that up. That's Zach Lindgren after winning the NORCTONA 500. I still can't believe it. Caden can't believe it. Zach can't believe it. The poor cat can't believe it. The poor couch can't believe it. Oh my gosh. We'll hand things on down. I know TCB has been waiting very patiently. These guys are troopers for waiting, and here he comes.
Well, TCB, it was a typical NORC finish with the wreck at the end. But this race, what a dynamic. Before the accident, you were up there and absolutely dominating the race. And then even after you got the damage, you were still trying your hardest with what's left of your car to go up there and command the race. How difficult was that?
That was really hard. Yeah, it was just hard. Once you get that damage, it's kind of like a parachute. But for me, for some reason, I was just able to just keep getting up there, even though I had a parachute. Just able to keep getting up there and just try to stay up front as much as I could. But it seemed like every time I got up front, somebody would hang me out. But yeah, even there at the end, after that wreck there with Cheney and everything, I was really down on horsepower, and luckily I think it was Aaron behind me or something like that. And then I can't even tell you how I got to second coming to the white flag. I don't even remember that, but yeah, man, it was a hard race. I will say that definitely, because I had damage since like lap 60 or something like that.
Absolutely, we could see that if there was anyone who was trying all 200 laps from green to checkered, it was definitely you in that 25 car. 55 laps led, going up there with a destroyed race car and still getting the run, putting yourself in the right lines to just even get any laps led is gnarly. I know second sucks, but I mean, did you have fun?
Yeah, it was a ball. This was like my third time ever doing these cars on a super speedway, and it was a lot of fun. Definitely. I mean, the package is great. I mean, it's got tandem drafting, single file, choo-choo train. I mean, that's never really been on iRacing. I mean, people have made it happen, but it's never been on here before. Other than that, yeah, it was a lot of fun. Like you said, second sucks, but my God, that was such a fun race. I can't wait to go back and watch it, to be honest with you, and hear all the calls that you guys made and stuff. And it was definitely a lot of fun.
An absolutely wicked race, a wicked month for you. 111 laps led. That's more laps than the first three race distances, and almost as many laps as last Tuesday's race distance that you led over this month. Could you just kind of put a bow tie? I mean, we know how great of a driver you are at these plate tracks, but this month, going from car to car to car to car to car, what that was like for you?
Oh yeah, I mean, every car definitely drives different. The Legends 87 cars or whatever, those are fun to drive sideways the whole time. ARCA cars are fun to drive also. I mean, your 3-wide parking lot the whole race. Trucks have a ton of bumper hook, but it was a lot of fun. Xfinity was a lot of fun too, and you know what? So was this. Not too sure how Gen 6 would have went if we would have done it. I know that was supposed to be the plan, but I think this kind of takes the cake. I think this was definitely a lot of fun. Most fun race for me though, probably this one. This one was a lot of fun. I mean, the runs were just huge, and you just never knew who was gonna go where this guy came from, and just all kinds of new faces came from all these places. It was a lot of fun, man. This is definitely the most fun race of the week, or of the NORCTONA Speedweeks.
With that being said, if this is the end, this brings your NORC bid to a close. What's it been like? What can you leave tonight, kind of with your whole time here in NORC?
I've been thinking about that. Definitely NORC made me who I am, kind of bought the TCB name to be like a household name. I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but if it wasn't for NORC, I wouldn't have the fans that I have today and stuff, and just the camaraderie of all the guys and everything, I mean, you see the radioactives, man, we all have fun the whole time. All 200 laps were basically fun. And no other league that I've done or been a part of is like this, to where like everybody just kind of like is cool with each other and jokes around with each other. But yeah, definitely NORC made TCB, and it's sad to see it go. I don't know where the wind's gonna take me next, but we'll see. I know TCB Nation is gonna be behind my back the whole way.
Well, Terrell, you did get yourself a win this month. It's been a pleasure to cover you and just watch you over season 13 and these speed weeks. It's really been something. Again, with all the interaction with the fans, everything, it's been a lot of fun. With that, congratulations on your second place finish, your 111 laps led over the month, your truck race win, all that jazz. And yeah, what do you got to say here?
Oh, thank you to John Barry, man. Huge thank you to him. Like I said, TCB would be nothing without him, really. You guys for broadcasting, you guys do an amazing job. Can't wait to even go back and watch this race. All the fans, man, all TCB Nation that's been hanging with me for I don't even know how long. I've been in NORC. Feels like forever, probably about 6 years or something like that. Appreciate all you guys watching all the races on YouTube, even before it was broadcasted and people were commentating and stuff. Just everybody, all the drivers, all Team TCB back upstate New York, Cody Miller and Sean Williams, and just everything, man. Thank you, NORC.
Right on. That's Terrell Baker, TCB, driver number 25. Absolute phenom behind the wheel. Yeah.
Next up, Josh Robin, one of the former winners of this race. You got two winners that came in just behind a first-timer, and Caleb. It is a probably disappointed, but probably pretty happy at the same time number 8 car.
Well, we're gonna talk to Josh Robin here. Josh, you led 7 laps. You brought a damaged race car home across the line third. Take us through that hectic run to the finish that it put you on a podium finish.
Man, that was wild. I don't know, man. This draft package is insane. It's crazy. But yeah, those last few laps, I think maybe like 5 to go or something. I was like somewhere like second or just right near the front. Then I just got shuffled back to like at the tail end, got back near the front, went back again. And then like the last lap, I was right at the tail end. I was like, all right, let's just hope they wreck. And it looked like they weren't gonna wreck, but then at the last second, going into tri-oval, they wrecked. And I tried to cut in the grass, and I did a little bit. And I got third. It was close. I thought I was about to get it, but yeah.
Well, after running this Gen 7 car on the high banks for 200 laps now, you said this package was crazy. But what are your biggest takeaways of not only this package but also this car here at Daytona compared to the Gen 6?
I'd say the bump drafting is quite a bit different. Like, you can really push hard with these cars without like hooking them or turning them. And yeah, I think I said in my interview earlier in the race, like the outside up against the wall is like really strong. Like, I think it's the strongest lane for the most of the race. But I think when the sun went down, the track cooled down, I think the inside kind of got a little bit more advantage. I know later in the race we were able to get the inside moving pretty good, better than like at the start.
Well, once again, congratulations on your podium finish. And, we wrap up these NORC Speed Weeks, and I just want to hear from you, and I'm sure everyone does, what's been your favorite part about these NORC Speed Weeks?
Oh, man. That's good. That's a good one, man. I don't know. I'd say maybe this race here is what I got third. I think I got third or second the race before. I'm not sure. But I don't know, I wish I could have gotten like a win. Didn't really perform that great in any races. I led a few laps in a few of them. That's about it. But it's been fun. It's been great being in part of NORC for like, I think I've been in NORC for like almost 10 years. But I think we're not done. I bet next year we're gonna have another Speed Weeks.
Well, congratulations to you again on your podium finish, and we look forward to seeing to racing or broadcasting your racing here in the future if it does come to that. But once again, congratulations, man, and best of luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Josh Robin on his thoughts after what we think is the end of the NORC iRacing series, what we've been told is the end of the NORC iRacing series. I wouldn't put too much stock into that just yet. I think there's still potential. But obviously nothing is official. We'll see if maybe some drivers stick around for some even later post-race interviews. This would certainly be the time to do it. So let's go ahead and go through results first. You see it, 85. I still cannot believe it. Zach Lindgren with the win. Terrell Baker second place. Josh Robin third. For Anthony Emery and Aaron Smith come up fourth and fifth still. That's pretty incredible. Aaron with the nod over Anthony there as Aaron came across on his side. Emery fifth. Will Klein sixth, Howie Briss seventh, then Cody Miller, Hayes Booth, and Bobby Chaney, your top 10 in the 2022 NORCTONA 500.
And on this next page results, we begin the long list of wrecked race cars. John Barry, Daniel Falkingham, they were puttering around the track a lap down. Nick Northup was 9 laps down. Zoltan Hertzeg 19 laps down in the 14th position. Jared Darling comes on 15th. 20 laps down. Sheldon Lockie 16th, 28 laps down. Sean Williams comes from 17th, 32 laps down. He was running at the end along with Sheldon Lockie. Jared Sean also was running at the end, 18th, 40 laps down. Tom Mercier called it today, 70 laps down. He finishes 19th. Matt Hummel 20th, 74 laps down.
21st is going to be Tony Hillbrands. 22nd is going to be David Shutt. 23rd, James Simmons. 24th, Elijah Gracia. 25th, Michael Keithley. 26th, the number 9 of Patrick Colby. 27th, the 38th of Benjamin Miles. 28th, the 03 of Dylan Patterson. 29th, the 12 car of Spencer Owens. And 30th, the 33 of Freddie De La Rosa.
31st, 32nd, just like that, Justin Gable, Cody Lamas, the final two in the running order this evening at the Daytona International Speedway for the 7th running of the NORCTONA 500. With that, we do want to give a couple more drivers an opportunity to talk to us. That was seriously one of the most hectic, crazy, insane finishes we've seen in a long time in the NORC iRacing series, and I think it's only fair that we talk to the most recent and maybe last NORC iRacing Series champion. Daniel, I know the end of the race wasn't what you wanted, but to still finish one lap down shows a lot of, I think, resilience, I think maturity to a good point, and I think just love for this league and wanting to finish up front and doing everything you can to go ahead and finish up front. One lap down, you still nearly get a top 10.
Yeah, I'm surprised I made it to halfway before getting killed with how crazy we were racing up front. It's just unfortunate the netcode took me out of the race like that. But we kept digging like we did all of last season, keep fighting to the very end. All I needed was one more caution, and we would have had a chance at that thing. So to have myself even have a chance with even like 4 minutes of damage, and I'm down on a lot of engine power. That's all I can say. I'm just glad to be there running, because my one goal, if I couldn't win the race, I wanted to take the checkered flag, because you never know, NORC may never be coming back again. So if I could take the checkered flag in this race, that was my ultimate goal, and thankfully we did that. So, but man, it's definitely not the ending we wanted. We had a pretty wretched Speedweeks, let me just say that. But we only finished one of the 5 races, so wish we could have had a better result on that in front. But I'm just glad we were able to have like one big old send off for this league that has treated me well for the last 4 years. So it was definitely a blast.
And a championship now, of course, kind of takes the cake, I'd imagine. But what does NORC mean to you? What effect has NORC had on you as you've raced here over the years?
Well, let me just say, I think really when I joined NORC back in 2018, that was like the first year I really started getting into the league. So I came onto the service in 2017. I spent that whole first year just trying to learn the service and just trying to like learn the ropes, because this is my first thing about sim racing. I was just getting introduced to it. So really 2018, when I tried to take the next step of going league racing and stuff, and just looking around, I'm watching Sean Williams' live streams of the NORC races and all his YouTube videos, and just seeing all the people that race in that league. They look like a fun group of guys. So when I got the opportunity to join, when I asked to join the league and I was able to get accepted, it was a pretty cool thing. And these last 4 years, I made so many friendships, made so many memories. Like you said, I got a championship under my belt too, and this is a pretty stout league when you think of the names that have won championships that have come across this league. So definitely, I've made a lot of memories and made hopefully some lifelong friends as well. And I'm just proud for everything. This league gave me more than I expected, and probably gave me more than I deserved. So I will forever be thankful for that.
With that championship, you joined a long line of really impressive iRacing drivers. Bobby Zielinski, Femi Olot, John Barry, Freddie De La Rosa, Benjamin Nelson, Zoltan Herzeg. 3 of them have made it to the pinnacle of oval sim racing, and you are in the same breath. You are in the same conversation as those drivers. Congratulations on a time in NORC well spent, well done. And hopefully this is not the end. Hopefully we get to talk to you some more, and hopefully you win some more races here in the NORC iRacing Series. But for now, good night and thank you.
I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate all you guys have done for the series this last year and a half or whatever. I appreciate all you've done. And I got to thank, special shout out to John Barry for all he's done for this league. And I know he's going to earn a well-deserved rest, that's for sure. If it ever comes back, we never know. We'll never know, but I really appreciate all he's done. Also got to thank First Rate Bait Lobs 207, who were part of my championship season as well. And I want to give a special shout out to my new team, North Force Racing. I will be going Road to Pro Racing this year with them. So hopefully at this time next year, we'll hopefully be racing in the Coke Series. But we got a long journey, and I'm going to give it everything I can to make sure I can get to that pinnacle of motors, pinnacle of sim racing. So whatever the journey holds, whatever the future holds, I think hopefully there's some good plans in store. So, but yeah, I can't thank you guys enough. I appreciate it.
There you go, Daniel Falkingham, one of the stronger drivers in this race. 17 laps led himself. Doesn't finish the way he wanted it to, but still a really good night of racing. Emerson, well, you talked to him earlier on. Jared Darling, not the way he wanted to finish things, but he is one of the core NORC members. We got to talk to him.
Absolutely. And Jared, again, not the night you wanted, not the way you wanted the night to end. With that, you got involved in that first accident. You got out there, you fought back. Got yourself back onto lead lap and mixed it up again just to get wrecked again. Talk about the roller coaster of a night you had, and then we'll get to more NORC in a second.
Yeah, it definitely was a roller coaster, that's for sure. I mean, there's nothing to be upset about. It was a fun race. You know, I spent a lot of the race at the beginning figuring out what the car was like. Never drove, you know, like I was saying, and yeah, I got involved in a couple wrecks, and then still was there, you know, with 30-25 to go, and TCB just decided to send me for a ride. And I tell you what, that screenshot you guys got, that is a great photo. So that was nice. I'm not even mad about it. I was like, that looks cool. So yeah, that was fun. And sucks I couldn't get there to the end, but you know, it's I wanted to come out here and just have fun, you know, at least, and I did that, even though I wrecked out with 20 to go or whatever. So it was a good time still.
Well, I guess kudos then to our social media guy, Jake Cook, who rocking the socials tonight. Jared even compliments the photo, so that's good. With that being said, if this is truly the end with NORCTONA 500 tonight, what's the lasting impression you're going to walk away from NORC with?
All the friends I've made, obviously. I mean, I've been here since, gosh, it's probably like 10 years almost, since way back console days, and we came on here. And I mean, I truly don't think this is the end. There'll be something in the future, I would think. But if not, you know, I've made a lot of good friends along the way, and that's really what it's been all about. All the memories and the relationships you make, and you know, just to, you know, have fun on here. And you know, you get competitive sometimes and get a little, you know, angry at people and stuff, but I mean, most of us have seen each other in, you know, in person and have hung out many times, and really that's what it's all about. And Revan, the amount of John Barry, sorry, let me say his name, it's weird though, all the time, money, effort he has put into this, I mean, for a big portion of his life, really. So you know, that's just, yeah, I just got to shout him out for everything he's done. And he's helped me through a lot too with you know, I've run leagues, you know, I ran a league too a little bit. He's, you know, watching him do it, learn some things, and you never know, mine could come in the future too, so you never know. But yeah, just he did a lot for this whole group, and these last 5 weeks were really fun. It was a good way to kind of send off, I thought. Yeah, so it was a lot of memories, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, that being said, Jared, just want to thank you, you know, for you know, your time, and it's been a pleasure to cover you the last season and this month. Been great to get to know you, and yeah, congratulations on your NORC run, and best luck to you on what you do in the future, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and I gotta give you guys a shout out before I leave too, because you guys are excellent. I've told you that every time you pull me up in here. all of you. It's just you do a great job, and I love watching your broadcasts. And this one will be no different. And obviously, friends, some of you guys too. So just love what you guys do and keep going. You guys are doing awesome. So, yep.
Yes, sir. Driver number 1, Jared Darling, AC Toast, all that good stuff.
That's Jared Darling wrapping up his thoughts on a NORC career. Certainly, we're going to pass things on down the line to, let's see, who do we have left? We've hit Daniel, we've hit Cody Miller. No, we've not hit Cody Miller again. Caleb, this is a hard nut to crack, but he's headed your way.
I was like, I completely, hi.
Well, we're already jumping in here with Cody Miller. Cody, we talked to you in the middle of the race, and you said this race was long and kind of boring you. Well, the intensity picked up there at the end, didn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was definitely entertaining at the end, sure. Lots of racing, lots of close, trying to figure out who to go with. I'm surprised today. I should have wrecked like 3 different times. And I was just trying to, make it to the end with the people, not dead around me, but then everybody's dead around me, so.
Well, as we wrap up these NORC Speed Weeks, obviously you brought it home in 8 tonight, got up there and led some laps, 10 laps that is. What's been your favorite moment, and what's been your biggest takeaways from the NORC Speed Weeks, this short 5-week stint we've had to wrap things up for NORC?
Hey, my one win out of nowhere. I wish I would have got another one of those. Today would have been real nice because that's a good chunk of change. But yeah, no, the racing, especially with the next gen cars at Daytona, that's the first time I've attempted to race them, and it's weird. It's definitely a weird way to go about the driving in order to be competitive there. And I know that since this league won't be running, that I will never pay for this service again. Because it's terrible in every way, but that would be fun if I were to continue racing. It would be something interesting to take on, but I'm not doing that. It's a lot of effort.
Well, once again, congratulations on a hard-fought race today. Thanks for shaking it up there at the front with us, and we look to see you again in the future.
Yeah, it was fun.
That's Cody Miller after the 7th running, the 2022 running of the NORCTONA 500. And there's one more guy that I'm sorry, I kind of had to save for last. It's the one, the only Sean Williams. I have to bring Sean in. I have to talk to Sean, and I feel this has to be the way we close things out. Sean, I know it was absolutely not how you pictured things going for the Taylor Swift 89, but talk us through your race anyway.
What are you talking about? That was perfect.
Well, P17, 24, 30, 32 laps down. Maybe not ideal, but you were certainly somehow there at the end, pushing Bobby Chaney in the closing laps. What were these next-gen cars like, though? Completely different?
Yeah, and they're different, too, since the last time I drove them anyway. They kind of changed their draft properties and all that. So it was actually a lot nicer, because I did a Carb Cup a few weeks ago, and it was like, Carb Cup you think would be crazy, right? It's Carb Cup. And that's like one of the most boring plate races I'd ever done. Everyone was just single file riding, and I was like, oh gosh, if Carb Cup is like this, I don't want to drive these cars at all. But I don't know, luckily it was pretty fun. They were kind of squirrely a little bit, it felt like it, but I mean, I enjoyed it.
It definitely looked enjoyable to race and mix around with guys, and yeah, I think that's definitely an improvement to what they had. Let's talk about the NORC iRacing series. We don't know if this is it. We're told this is it. We know John Barry, and we'll leave it at that. What does this league mean to you if this is it?
I mean, that's hard to kind of put into words. This is the second league I ever joined on iRacing, but it's been the one I've been in the longest by far. And just the culture around it. I mean, I won't lie. There's a few people in the league I'm not too fond of, but most everyone in here is great, and I've made some lifelong friends, and I include you in that, Andrew. I mean, hell, we went to K1 Speed, and like you're my son. You're listed as my son there, and that's freaking hilarious. Exactly. So it's those kind of relationships, which is why I like online gaming anyway. So it sucks it's gone, but this league is very important to me and to a lot of people here, and if anyone's still watching, whoever's watching this, Whoever's been watching us for years or even just weeks, or if it's your first time watching, thank you very much for spending so many Tuesday evenings with us. It means a lot.
Yeah, I think the fact that we've had that story and we've kept it pocketed actually about K1 Speed until now. We can go ahead and share it, I guess. I think that's what feels the coolest about NORC. And I've been in this league for a while myself. I've transitioned to a different role now, but being able to have, I guess, come into this league as a stranger, not know what's going on, and be able to make friends with you guys has been really, really cool. And for those that don't know, 2018 Daytona 500. Went on down to Daytona. Sean and a bunch of the other Norkers were there, and I went along with them to K1 Speed. And they had picked me up from the hotel. I had gone down there with my grandfather. So my guardian at the time was not around. So Sean, being the oldest of the group, signed on as my guardian at K1 Speed because I was literally less than a week away from being 18. And yeah, so that's why Sean is always dad in a way.
So you gotta do what I say, right?
Oh boy.
I remember I had to wear those dang Crocs that they had too, because I had like flip flops. They would let me race with flip flops, and I had to wear those like nasty Crocs.
I don't know if I got to do everything you say. I mean, I'm 18 now. Well, I'm 21 now. I'm well on my way, but seriously, Sean.
To grow up so fast.
Well, thank you. Seriously, for everything you do for this league, I think you do this league a major service with your streaming and your YouTube videos. And if this is it, it's a shame. At least you got that one lap led, though.
Thanks, Andrew. Always looking at the positives. There we go.
That's
Unfortunately,
right.
that didn't pay anything, but it was still a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun watching you guys. Seriously, I mean, congratulations on a good time in NORC. I know you got a win or two. I don't know. I don't have that number in front of me, but some wins, some really good times, and certainly I think made a long-lasting impact on NORC and with NORC. And yeah, pat yourself on the back, buddy. Go get yourself a number 9.
Yeah. I cheated on you today. I had Subway instead. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
There wasn't a Jimmy John's near me. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's
Sean.
Sean.
The one I usually. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I gotta go. The Jimmy John's I usually go to is on the other side of town. And the last time, this is like 2 weeks ago, I went to go there to get me some Jimmy John's. My number 9. I'm all about that number 9. And the whole place was closed because somebody ran into the Jimmy John's like with their car. So like the windows are boarded up and there's like a huge crack going up the side. It's a brick building and there's like a massive crack going up the side of the building. And they were working there trying to like repair it, I guess.
If you hadn't said 2 weeks ago, I would think from the nose of your car that you did that tonight. Because
I would never run into Jimmy John's, not on purpose.
Well, once again, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you for everything you've brought to this league and brought to the table. It's been a treat. It's been a lot of fun calling you in these races, and yeah, congratulations on a time well spent, I think, in the NORC iRacing series.
On the flip side, real quick, thank you all for the excellent coverage. You guys are professional, educational, and entertaining as heck. I mean, I love watching these broadcasts. You guys go above and beyond, especially with the preparation, with like all the facts you pull out. Like, I don't even know, remember half the crap that you're talking about. I'm like, really? And like, it's awesome. So just thank y'all for the truly professional and amazing job that y'all have done with these races. And I hope it's not the end.
Well, I can tell you, pulling up the numbers, that that one Michigan win is the only one win. But
it's my only NASCAR win. I've won another NORC series.
That's fair. Did you want to know one random factoid that I have prepared?
Yeah, I'd love to. Hit me.
Let's see, I'm gonna circle through here. So remember Benjamin Nelson?
Yeah, I like Ben.
He's got a 27% win rate in the NORC iRacing series, and that is all time. Any series, just
that's ridiculous.
27% win rate. Bobby Zelensky, 28. Connor Anton, remember him?
Oh yeah, I know Connor.
He worsened his win rate quite a bit by running a couple of races this NORC Speedweeks. 40% win rate, second only to Marcus Richardson, who maintained a 41% win rate in all of the races he ever ran in the NORC iRacing series.
It's crazy the amount of fast people that come through here. And I miss Marcus a lot too. I like Marcus. I like all those guys, but man, there's so many fast people. It makes me look slow. Like, you watch a race and I finish like 20th and it's like, that guy sucks. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. These other guys are really fast.
Well, Sean, we appreciate it, man. We'll let you go and we'll get out of here. I know I'm taking everybody's time up, but seriously, really do appreciate it and everything you brought to the table with that 89 car.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for, again, everybody out there for watching. We do appreciate it.
Sean Williams, after 200 more NORC iRacing Series laps, or I guess for him, 168. Man, if only he had turned one more lap. Anyways, guys, I know that was one of the most crazy post races ever. I think it's gone on for probably an hour. What do you make of it?
A fitting ending. If this is the ending, fitting. It was absolutely amazing. I said it before you interviewed Zach that we just have progressively gotten better and better and better finishes. The wrecks throughout the speed weeks have kind of gotten later and later and later and later throughout the lap on the final lap as well. It was just amazing build up. And yeah, to do a whole month of Daytona Speed Weeks, I think at this point I'd be Daytona out, but man, I want to do some more Daytona now.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Emerson on that. I mean, I thought it was a perfect wrap to these NORC Speed Weeks and NORC in general to hear from some of the NORC legends or people that have pushed NORC along and help it get to what it is. So a good fitting to closing a book here.
I think the fact that we're calling them NORC legends proves the impact they've had on this league, and the impact that they've had on iRacing now is Femi Olot, Bobby Zelensky, Marcus Richardson, Benjamin Nelson. They've gone on to the top echelons of oval sim racing, at least on the NORC or on the iRacing.com sim rather, which is a fantastic product, by the way. I know Cody has his opinions, but iRacing is second to literally none. It is the top echelon of sim racing, and for NORC to have brought guys onto iRacing that have now taken it and gone pro, I think that says almost enough about the NORC iRacing series, if not more. There's seriously, and I'm looking at somebody that I know because of the NORC iRacing series that I truly do love and appreciate. Caden Henry Oaks, one of my other roommates. Huh? Anyways, he was whispering something to me there, but genuinely would not know this guy without the concept of the NORC iRacing series. Same was, well, not same with Zach, but I think the point is proven. We got some upcoming broadcasts here on Pit Stop TV. Let's look through them real quick. I don't know how you wrap up from NORC. I really don't, especially in this kind of situation, but we got a few broadcasts to look forward to, and certainly some new times at Pit Stop TV. Thursday afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern, we got the NORC. See, I'm used to saying the NORC iRacing series now. The BSRTC, that is the British Sim Racers Touring Cars at Snetterton. You saw the track map briefly of Snetterton earlier on as a mistake. Yeah, Snetterton is a really, really fun racetrack to go race at. Touring Cars, that's going to be a lot of fun. Those guys always put on crazy racing. A lot like what you're seeing in the background there, as you can see the replay of the crash in the background of the graphic. That's well-timed scenic group of iRacing. I appreciate that. Monday evening, it's the season finale for the BRP iRacing series at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway, somewhere that I've had the privilege of broadcasting at, a top-notch venue. Everything at Charlotte really is, and to have a virtual race there on Monday is going to be a lot of fun. And Tuesday, we wrap back around to the BSR Trophy Tuesday MX-5 series. British Sim Racers bring a Mazdas to Silverstone, and not on the normal layout that you might be thinking of. It is the national layout, the short layout that touring cars run on. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Emerson, there's a lot of ways to keep up with Pit Stop TV, and they're all listed on the bottom.
Right on, and you can catch again updates for all these series, all these leagues on our social media outlets. You can see all the work Jake Cook has done tonight and on other shows on these social media outlets. Our Facebook page, facebook.com/pitstoptv, our Twitter at pitstoptv_, Instagram at pit_stop_tv. Our YouTube channel, of course, is where we're live most of the time, or all the time actually. youtube.com/c/pitstoptv1, and our Twitch channel is twitch.tv/pit_stop_tv.
Emerson, Caleb, I want to thank you guys for everything you've put in here. I know I'm always going to think of this day being so much longer, but that's the burden that I put on myself. You guys have been here and have prepared for this right along with me and have put so much effort into, I mean, we're 4 hours in, something like that, 4.5, working on 5 hours in, and you guys are still here not complaining about it, and that is beyond appreciated. Genuinely, and I think everybody else appreciates it. All we've heard is good things from the NORC iRacing series, and hopefully that's all, that's what we can do. Hopefully we, I think, impressed. Hopefully we did this league the justice that it deserved as far as sim racing broadcasting, And you guys were a big part of that. I also want to thank one of my best friends in the whole wide world, Eric Brennan, for being a big part of Season 13 last time through. He seriously brought this league to a new level, and his commentary, along with Emerson and Trey Shuttlesworth and Caleb Gladney, as of late, has pushed me to give you guys the upgrades, whether it be the number boards that we brought in just for NORC at first and then for other leagues, and the random updates, the B-roll that I wanted to make sure was here for NORC, whatever it may be. The arrow comparisons back in the beginning of Season 13, the next-gen promo package that we put together today, whatever it's been, there's been so much reason to do our best for NORC, and it's thanks to everybody that's done it along with me. And it's thanks to everybody that's watched these races. Thanks to John Barry for putting together such a fun league with so many eyes turned towards it. And thanks to all the drivers that came out. And Zach Lindgren is here because we started broadcasting it. Jared Washon joined because we started broadcasting it. And I mean, look at that. Zach Lindgren now is up there with some really big names. I didn't mention it to him yet, but I think when he takes it all in, the fact that he's on the same list as Marcus Richardson, Bobby Zielinski, Femi Olot, that's going to mean a lot to him. And certainly, I think he's going to take a little bit to let that one sink in. We had a really fun time this evening at the World Center of Racing. It always puts on amazing racing. Look at the fireworks off the backstretch. This has been everything that you would ever want a sim race to be, I think. And if this is it for NORC, really do appreciate it. Really appreciate everybody being here. I'll go ahead and stop talking now. I'll stop taking up everybody's time, let you guys get back to it this evening, but thanks everybody for watching. Thanks to our crew this evening. We haven't even mentioned Jay Cook yet and the other social media guys that have tipped their caps and put in their effort this season, and it's just been a hell of a lot of fun. So thank you so much, Emerson Arden, Caleb Gladney, Jay Cook, Trey Shuttlesworth, Trey Patton, Eric Brennan, so much so. Everybody else that's been on our Pit Stop TV broadcast of the NORC iRacing series, thanks so much to all of the drivers. Thanks so much to Revan Lateralis, otherwise known as John Barry. Thanks so much to everybody here with the NORC iRacing series. It has been legitimately an honor in sim racing. Until next time, whenever that may be. In fact, I have some words prepared for this that I should probably read off of instead of reading off of the cuff, I suppose. If this is truly it for NORC, thank you. Thank you to John Barry and NORC itself, all of the drivers that have made these races so much fun to cover. And thank you to all of you fans who watch along each and every race. We hope this did this series justice, and we hope you enjoyed our time with you. So pretty close to what I already said. For all of Pit Stop TV, Emerson and Caleb alongside me on the mic tonight, Jay Cook on social media, I'm Andrew Cardinale IV. Thank you for tuning into the NORC iRacing series on Pit Stop TV, and we will see you next time. Good night.